Hello, everybody. Welcome to episode 121 of the Avocado Games Cast, the Avocado's gaming podcast. I am Merve, and this episode is all about Summer Game Fest 2026, also known as Key 3, after Jeff Keighley, the founder and I guess producer, showrunner of the whole event. And we're going to get into all of it, the good, the bad, and the Tupac. We're going to be discussing the showcases and announcements and offering our opinions on what they tell us about the direction of the industry. But before we dive into all of that, let's meet our guest. She's back from Atami, refreshed and ready to go. It's Quinley Thorne.
And I got my audio drivers all cleaned up.
Way to go.
Yay.
He has definitely watched more episodes of Captain Laserhawk than anyone else here. It's Wolfman Jew.
Burden I carry, so none of you have to. Please don't.
And we thank you for it.
Please don't.
He's always finding new ways to virtually sail the high seas. It's the Kappa.
Oh no! Is this Sea of Thieves? We're talking Sea of Thieves.
Sea of Thieves, Black Flag, Skull and Bones, whatever you want it to be.
Not pirating games. I'm against that.
And finally, he's coming in with a fresh batch of butter tarts and a love of classic JRPGs, making his podcast debut. Give a warm welcome to Dave the Tentacle.
Good evening, everyone. Or whatever day
Good
it is.
evening.
I don't know.
It's afternoon-ish.
It's afternoon
Here.
Eastern
Yes.
time.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel like I've already alienated all the listeners who are listening to this in the morning.
Yeah, like all our fans out in, I guess, Hawaii. It's still morning over there.
Merve was talking about podcast post hookup listening.
I remember that. That example that just got increasingly specific.
It was okay. I have to correct the record. It was pre-hookup. You're not going to be listening to this post-hookup.
Oh.
You're on that post-hookup high. Do you really want this to be your calm down?
I don't know. Depends on how the hookup went, man.
Like, who thinks, man, I just got some strange. I got to go listen to a bunch of idiots talk about video games.
You never know.
Yeah, Dave and I are from kind of like the same neck of the woods. So whatever time it is where Dave is, it's also the same time where I am. And it's good to get some more Canadian essence on this podcast. I always said Canadian blood, but that's not really a thing. Anyway.
Despite what our national anthem says.
Yeah. Wait, I'm like going through the lyrics in both languages right now. Like, where do we reference blood? Reference the True North Strong and Free.
Yeah.
In French, it's more about like Canada as a symbol that will protect us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like Terre de nos aïeux, like land of our ancestors.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
I would say I'll listen to it tonight at the Stanley Cup Finals, but Road for the Cup goes through Las Vegas and Raleigh, North Carolina.
Nice. About to say, as an American, I have no idea what the Canadian national anthem sounds like. Though I feel like I've heard Fifi Dobson sing it at least once, like maybe when the Toronto Raptors actually made the NBA Finals at one time.
I keep forgetting that Fifi Dobson is actually like known south of the border. Like,
this would have been like over 15 years ago. It would have been a very long time ago. I don't even know what she's doing now. They definitely tried to make her happen though, because they were like, okay, Avril Lavigne, we need black Avril Lavigne. We need to get the black kids who go to Hot Topic. Who do we got? Who's Fifi Dobson? Perfect, fine, she's great. Get her out there. She had one single.
She had a bunch of singles.
She had one single here.
Yeah, Bye Bye Boyfriend, right?
I think so. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
Could you take Tate McRae back though? Because oh my gosh,
Tate McRae is fine. She is inoffensive. Like she's serving, but there's nothing on the plate, so it's fine. Empty calories, that woman.
But speaking of sports, so it's the NHL Stanley Cup Game 6 tonight. The Carolina Hurricanes could take it all. I'm actually rooting for the Canes because I just don't like Las Vegas. I'm sorry.
You don't have
Las Vegas is a beautiful place. I've been there once, but
I
don't like your NHL team. It's beautiful in a way that like I've been there once and I never want to go there again.
Yeah, I guess.
Like I'm glad I went, but I'm good.
There's a lot going on down there.
Yeah. Technically, the Strip isn't even in Las Vegas. It's south of Las Vegas in an unincorporated part of
Unincorporated part of the county?
county. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys do that a lot in the States. In Canada, we're just like, that whole thing's one municipality. And the municipality is going to be like the size of Luxembourg. That's what we do here.
The cities and the counties need to be able to set their own ordinances about where people can consume alcohol. I guarantee you that's what it's actually for. That's why we still have completely dry counties here in Texas.
No, here. I assume the city planners just kept pushing the town limits until they hit 1 million, and then they was like, "Yes, we got it."
Yep, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
We're real now. We count.
Well,
you may now drink until 2 a.m. Good job.
The history up here is like we had this entire region that had 11 municipalities, and then one day in the late 90s, they were like, "What if there were those 11 municipalities were one municipality?" And the provincial government forced to merge because under Canadian constitutional law, cities are quote unquote creatures of the province. So there's a whole bunch of like legal mumbo jumbo about how it's not entirely technically true, but the like convenient like summary of the Canadian Constitution is that cities exist at the province's liberty. So one day the province of Ontario could be like, Ottawa is just like this guy Greg and his 5 neighbors, and you couldn't do anything about that. So shout out to Greg, who's now the entirety of Ottawa.
Congratulations,
hell
Greg.
yeah.
We are now a 4 a.m. county.
Yeah. Greg parties till 4:33 a.m. and then he hits the hay.
Yeah. And this happened like all across the country in the 90s, like Toronto, Halifax as well. And in every case, they kept the name of the city the same as like the big, most well-known center, except in Gatineau, like because everyone knew it as Hull. Why they which is like the central part of the Gatineau, of what is now Gatineau, like the downtown island. And after its amalgamation, suddenly it's Gatineau. So the poor, Hull Olympique have to change all their uniforms and everything else.
Yeah, Hull is like, now it's just known as the place where like the second you turn 18, you walk across the river and you drink your liquor, because Ontario has a drinking age of 19, Quebec has a drinking age of 18. So a lot of high school kids go to Quebec to buy their liquor. And so Hull is like the Ottawa Gatineau like party zone. Not a lot of partying happens on this side of the river where Dave and I are.
My day job is with the Texas equivalent of liquor control, so I could go on about this topic.
Yeah, liquor control is very different down in the States, where drinking age is 21.
Well, not just that, but like a lot of places in other states, like the liquor stores, like they're like Targets and like Walgreens and stuff, like all those big publicly owned, like publicly listed chains that you can buy liquor from there. In Texas, you cannot. Like, you can't go to Walmart and buy liquor. You can only buy beer or malt beverages and wine. If you want liquor, you have to go to like a small like mom and pop liquor store. And that's kind of like the one, I think, kind of good thing. I do think that's a good thing because it means that there's a lot of mom and pop businesses that are able to thrive, and because of that they're able to set all of their own hours. Like, they have their own like guild of like liquor and package store owners, so like they're never open on Sundays, they're not open on any of the holidays like Christmas and Thanksgiving. Like, they basically get to set all of the rules, and the legislature has also made it pretty clear that if they have their way, Walmart, Target, the big chain grocery stores, none of them are ever going to be allowed to sell liquor, period.
That's actually how it is here as well.
Nice.
Get beer and wine at the grocery store, but if you want liquor, you have to go to the LCBO. Liquor Control Board of Ontario.
And then there's Kings County, Maryland, where it's run by the government.
LCBO is run by the government here as well.
That's so strange. Like
Yeah.
you're a state employee if you work at the liquor store.
Yep.
Yep,
Yep.
that's how it is in this country. And that's
weird.
pretty much how it is in like each province has their own like provincial liquor store. So in
Yep.
Quebec, it's the SAQ, for
Nice.
instance.
Get all
Yeah.
those nice state benefits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when it came to licensing marijuana in the last 10 years, about 10 years ago, so it's not current. We're not talking current events here. So 10 years ago, like in Nova Scotia, the LCBO, the liquor store, was the only place you could go to get legal weed.
We ain't there yet.
Yeah.
Though it's really funny though because they were trying to legislate that in the session last year, and they did a blanket ban, and a bunch of all the like THC and CBD owners got all pissed, like, oh, the governor's not looking out for all the small business owners or whatever. So the governor called a special session and was basically like, do your job. You said you were going to come up with a bill that wasn't a blanket ban. Come up with an actual bill. And they couldn't at the end of the special session. So right now, the only laws on the books are don't sell to anyone under 21. And that's it.
There you go.
So, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So speaking of cannabis, I know what some people like to do during Summer Game Fest is they'll take an edible and then
Is it?
veg out while they watch the parade of trailers that Jeff
Seg-
Keighley and his merry band of promotional folks show off to all of us.
Segues
So-
remain strong as ever.
I mean, I just gotta find an opening wherever I can find one.
Yes.
Just find whatever I can. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through each of the major showcases, and we're also gonna talk about some of the smaller ones. People have any comments on those? So let's just start with like general vibes, and then we'll get into PlayStation, which was the first one of the showcases. General vibes this year. What do you guys think?
It was. It was better than last year.
It was.
I mean, that's a pretty low bar to clear, but it
I-
was better than last year.
Still don't
And
think
Dev
it was
Hat Guy
great,
this year.
but better than last year.
Yeah.
I just want to get this out of the way. I, as people on the viewers know, I'm a games journalist. I cover primarily, if not exclusively, Nintendo games, and for the past several years, when I covered Nintendo's summer show, which we'll be getting to a little bit later, I have decided to also either watch or check every other show and include Nintendo-related information. So I basically spent the past about half a week's worth of literally just watching nothing but just massive 2-hour long game trailer shows and repeatedly just clicking the right button to go forward every 10 seconds when I realized it was from a game that I wasn't going to be covering. It was a lot. This was a lot of a week.
Yeah,
They were-
I can imagine if
Yeah.
like this is your day job.
Oy.
Like I'd be losing my mind going through all these videos.
I
'Cause-
cried.
Oh, no.
I cried during it was either the women-led games. I think it was that because at one point I was tapping because when you are moving like fast enough at a certain point you just trigger like in YouTube ads again and again.
Oh no.
And if you press left or right when one of those ads is playing, it automatically sends the entire video back to the start.
Oh fuck. Ew.
Oh no.
That sucks.
Yes.
Day of the Devs was entirely too long.
Not to suggest the theft of content, but uBlock Origin is your friend.
Yes.
When it comes to
yes.
stuff like this. But yeah, overall, my sentiments are, there's still a lot of weirdness that comes out of SGF, and we're going to get into some of that weirdness. But I think this year, compared to last year, was probably a better showing overall. We didn't have anything as wildly tone deaf as Hat Guy.
Fucking Hat Guy.
Yeah. Splitgate 2, not very successful in the end. So let's kick this off with the PlayStation State of Play that aired on June 2nd. So one of the things that has marked PlayStation's marketing over the past few years is that they used to have a presentation that they called Showcase and a presentation that they called State of Play. And Showcase was supposed to be like your big kahuna presentation where all the big games get shown off. And increasingly, it seems like over the past few years, they've moved away from that distinction of branding, and now everything's just a state of play. So even their big summer showcase is just a state of play, and it's now 80 minutes of just stuff.
It also kind of has, like, in some ways, the worst, because of the fact that, like, it has to be the trailers and it has to be the updates, whereas, like, we'll be getting this into a little bit in the Nintendo show, but, like, it kind of makes me think about how during, like, the Smash Brothers, like, post-launch support, what they would sometimes have, Nintendo would sometimes do is have, like, by the way, after this, we'll just be having a dedicated show for this one game right afterwards. And I think that's perfectly fine. There are limits to it, but, it's whatever. But I do think that State of Play does have this thing of, like, where you're basically sticking in dedicated, like, information dumps in the middle, which is really weird. I guess also Xbox did this too this year.
Yeah, they do have a developer direct, but I think those shows are intended to be like deep dives compared to what they do with the Xbox showcase. And I think it's interesting to have both those avenues. PlayStation seems to like everyone seems to have mastered some portion of the direct format now. PlayStation still seems the wonkiest to me. Like Xbox decide we're gonna have showcases, we're gonna have developer directs, and they're gonna do two different things. And Nintendo has kind of perfected the format and is able to kind of move between the two pretty seamlessly. PlayStation still feels like they never really grasped the format and like as if they'd be more comfortable doing stage shows, but also they can't really justify it. So we get this instead. And I will say it was better than a lot of past state of plays, which ranged from like awkward to pointless. This at least had stuff. And I think for me, like I'll start with the upsides. I think there were quite a few interesting titles shown off. Kemuri looked actually really interesting. It's a new game from Ikumi Nakamura's studio, Unseen. So this is a game where you're playing as a bunch of, I guess, yokai hunters. It's single player or co-op. Seems to be a huge emphasis on mobility through an urban environment, and I love games that put an emphasis on mobility. So I have an eye out for that. What else did you guys think looked interesting from the showcase?
I'm gonna be real with you. There wasn't really anything in this show for me that, like, most of the stuff that I was looking forward to was stuff that I was basically just, okay, I have a release date for that now, or oh, okay, I have a release date for that now. It looked like, I mean, I see in your notes that you already kind of have this down, but it just looked like PlayStation just seems to be only interested in big fuck off AAA cinematic games. Like, I get that they're pushing their focus to single player games, and that is good. I do like that, but the kinds of single player games they push is just this one, Unreal Engine 5, lots of foliage and hyper realistic graphics, and I'm just like, I don't care about this. Like, where are all the JRPGs? I feel like there used to be way more JRPGs in this show, and it just didn't seem there weren't any.
They're all in the Nintendo Direct.
Exactly.
All the cross-platform JRPGs, or the Xbox Direct. Yeah, that was the one thing I noticed is that lots of PlayStation games I'm interested in coming out in the next few months. None of them in the PlayStation Direct. They were all in the Nintendo Direct or the Xbox, even the Xbox Showcase.
Yeah, like I was genuinely surprised that the Nintendo Direct got Kingdom Hearts and not Sony. Like that was genuinely surprising to me.
Yes.
Yeah, like I've
Square,
played all the Kingdom Hearts games all on PS4,
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
And like to me, it's a PlayStation franchise, and
yeah,
now I know they're on PC, they've gone cross-platform, but it's wild that what used to be the go-to platform for these kinds of games just doesn't have them anymore.
I
Yeah,
think.
and I do have something about that, but you go first, Wolfman.
Okay, thanks. A couple things. One is I think it's sort of a sign, and we'll be getting to this later with the Nintendo show, that a lot of these companies I think are a lot more bullish on Switch 2 this year than they were. But also I think part of it is that, so there's this Jacob Geller video called Bad Graphics,
Yes.
which I'll try to put into our increasingly large link dump for this show, where he basically kind of talks about the standardization of good graphics, like what we would consider to basically be Sony graphics, and how, they do look very good, and all of them have like some kind of unique thing with their lighting or with their character models. But like in the end, everything feels very similar. It's very much a house style. And, Sony didn't used to be like that. Sony did have these kinds of games even from the start, but they also had very quirky stuff and very offbeat stuff. And it's very clear that some point between like the first Uncharted and the first Last of Us, they really decided to just move the entire company into this mold. And so like of the new games, for me it was probably God of War Laufey, which it's interesting. It looks nice. I think the story and storytelling God of War are really good. I'm excited to see what a version of God of War that isn't about an angry older man and his acrimonious relationship with the women in his life. But
I mean, yeah, he's right.
Yeah.
But like it's going to be more God of War, and that's fine. But it's not. Much like Quinley, I really struggled to find something at this that really excited me. There's only one thing that kind of bummed me out, but we'll get to that. Yeah.
Yeah, like on the lack of variety, I think what's disappointing to me is that like with the other platform holders, even though they have their quirks and their strengths, I'm not wondering like even Nintendo has like a first person shooter franchise, it has like puzzle games, it has strategy games. Um and none of those seem to be within PlayStation's purview anymore. They make one type of game, which is third person action adventure. Sometimes it's more linear, sometimes it's an open world, but you are going to be engaging in some form of melee combat, controlling a character in third person with extremely high fidelity graphics. Um, and that can't be the sum total of what your company puts out into the world, especially because it's leaving so many audiences on the table for other
Yeah.
publishers and other platforms to scoop up.
Yeah. Well, that kind of to that point, I think, like, Wolfman mentioned Jacob Geller. I think of the video, I think it was him, the video he did about Astrobot, about how the very end where you just wander around and you see all of these different Sony characters and they're just like, it's just a whole big, hey, remember this guy? Hey, remember this guy? Hey, remember this guy? And it's like, yeah, why haven't you done anything with them? Like, where are they? Where are those games? Like, I don't know why I keep expecting this, but every time I see the PlayStation Studio logo, I'm like, folklore port. No, we're not getting a folklore port. And like, I think some of this maybe kind of has to do with back how the PlayStation 3 went, like the big joke about the PlayStation 3 having no games. It's now being applied to the PS5, and I think with the PlayStation 3, that was kind of the first time they went really, really, really hard in the really, really, really high graphics. And they kind of, even though they had their quirky titles, sort of, they didn't have near as many, but also the PlayStation 3 hardware was apparently, as I understand it, notoriously hard to program for. It was really difficult to make games for that. And so all of these games that they previously relied on, the big one being fighting games, that used to be PlayStation's purview too. And then that, they having widely accessible, wireless and internet made it so that they didn't have to just rely on PlayStation. And it's like, well, we can also just go to these other platforms and release our games there. Like that's when like the Ultra Street Fighter 4 started going to like the 360 and I think they maybe released that one for PC, I'm not sure, but like once it became clear that it was viable and they didn't have to stick with Sony, they just kind of moved on to those platforms. And I think losing the fighting game live service, because those used to be their live services, those used to be their killer apps, but they can't rely on that anymore because they're all cross-platform now.
I think historically, like Sony, you could say that where the genre diversity comes in is the third party games, which is true, but like Sony always used to do that anyway.
Right.
And
yeah.
More to the point, like there wasn't really a lot of that in this show. Yeah.
I mean,
I do have to wonder how much of that has to do with the CEO they just sacked, who just decided, no, we're not going to focus on Japan. We're not going to do that. I have to imagine this is kind of a result of that shit.
Jim Ryan will be haunting their place for a long time.
Yeah, a lot of where they are now, particularly the failed live service push, was architected by Jim Ryan.
We're gonna make 30 of these, and they're gonna fight against each other.
I mean,
or whatever the fuck he said.
Essentially, yeah, we're gonna make 12 live service games, and there'll be.
May the best live service win.
And precisely one of them is out the door and successful, and that was Helldivers 2.
Two Helldivers 2 and Marathon.
Marathon wasn't part of that initial 12.
Oh, no, you're right. That's right.
At the time yet.
That's right. Right.
And Marathon did get out the door to critical success, but not commercial success. Commercial that game's unfortunately a flop. So, like, their whole live service push has not really paid off. Now all they can retreat to is the same single player stuff they already kind of had on the board. And it's all like these things, they never put in anything unique. They're still making a Gran Turismo every, 8 years, whenever they deign to make one. Whatever Housemarque is doing is fairly unique, and hopefully they'll make another Astrobot. Beyond that, they're all in the same vein. Like, they unveiled gameplay for Marvel's Wolverine, and it just looked like a bloodier version of everything I've done in a PlayStation game before.
Yeah, exactly.
And, like, especially with superhero games, like, you have the whole wide world of comic book imagination open to you. And if you're not going to do something interesting with the art style, like, say, Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, which just brilliantly captures comic book art in a 3D form, you have to do something interesting with the gameplay. Like, what are the unique things that Wolverine does that nobody else does?
To be fair, the problem is that
Wolverine just slices people up.
Yeah, like, Wolverine's a great character, but the things that make him great are, like, tone. They come from, they're not...
You can't really translate a lot of Wolverine's appeal to a game necessarily. There's a reason that Logan works as a film, but probably would not work very well as a game.
It's like, I'm sure Wolverine will be good. It's made by a studio that is very good at this. Granted, I was never a Marvel guy, so the chance of me playing it was always pretty low, but like, that's the one where I'm kind of like, it's doing what it wants to do, and that's fine.
I have to wonder too if like people are just kind of superheroed out at this point. Like, we've had a solid almost 15 years of like superhero dominance, like across media. Like, I think people are also just kind of at a point where they're just kind of tired of it.
Well, I think it's the stuff that's the most successful, like either critically or in terms of audience reception, really mostly just seems to be, again, in terms of tone. Superman, X-Men 97, Deadpool and Wolverine, even if that is not exactly the tone I like. Like,
I mean, we have
those
Tokon Marvel Fighting
that
Souls
is,
or whatever that is. I mean, that looks coolish,
yeah,
I guess.
and it also looks different.
Yeah,
Like,
that it does have that going for it for sure.
But yeah, I think mainly like Wolverine, if it's going to struggle, it's going to struggle in feeling that distinct, but we'll probably get by simply because it's Wolverine.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
everything, we're gonna probably talk about this in a little bit, but like we're now seeing like the most aggressively packed like month. Like we're staring down the battle.
September
We're-
2026.
yeah, because
Yeah.
everyone's trying to come out before GTA 6, which
and, like-
finally got a date.
And I genuinely think like the only one whose success is actually guaranteed in that field is Wolverine. I am not particularly optimistic for more than a few games to really come out of that.
Yeah.
And that's the only one where I'm like, yeah, this I assume will work.
Yeah, like I assume it'll have commercial and critical success. I was just hoping that there was, something more they could do with that particular property than
Yeah.
what they appear to be doing. It just seems very play by numbers.
Yeah,
And-
this is
Oh yeah, they're just ticking boxes.
and again though, I don't know what really else you could do. Like
Right.
like I don't know if you can actually do a Wolverine game that would actually kind of not tick those boxes and it be something people would want. I think you're kind of
Yeah.
I mean,
That's fair.
and part of it is they don't just want to make it Spider-Man. Like, I mean, would
Yeah.
people be interested in a Wolverine game that was, essentially like a classic Spider-Man sort of GTA like
Mm.
open explore around the city format, or
Yeah,
explore
I
around the
I
wilderness
feel
format?
like Wolverine
Yeah,
needs to
I
be
feel
a
like
big
Wolver-
piece.
I feel like Wolverine wouldn't even like. I don't think even Wolverine would want to do that.
No,
I don't know
no.
if Wolverine would want to do much of anything.
Yeah, like
Wolverine doesn't strike me as much of an urbanist.
yeah,
Yeah,
like I think Wolverine just wants to be left alone.
Yeah, I mean, some of his best issues have been in cities, but yeah, definitely. Yeah, so, whether he's fighting his best fights with Sabretooth have probably been in the sewers more so than in like the wilds of Canada. But yeah.
Though I do think it would be funny to see Wolverine get caught up in like a Yakuza style side quest.
Yes, exactly.
yes.
Because exactly. I mean, well, and that's the thing is that like Logan and Kiryu are basically the same character.
I've got quibbles. I've got some quibbles with that.
Aside from their attitude to killing, but I think they're, and I guess this is probably colored by my playing more led by not really playing the earliest of Yakuza games, but like Kiryu being just like an impossible, being this sort of like impossibly wise guy, the guy who's always right.
I mean, I don't even know if always right is accurate. It's more that Kiryu has a curiosity about the world around him, that is almost childlike in how naive it is. Like every Yakuza game seems to be him encountering some newfangled thing that he's never heard of, and he's like, wow, technology is really progressing. Look, I can send messages on my phone. This is very useful. He's like Solid Snake in that way.
I mean, if you end up getting sent to prison every 5 years, you're going to miss out on.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's part of the reason it works. Like, it's believable that there's stuff he doesn't know because he's been in prison 5 years. He's missed out on 5 years of content, basically, and technological advances and what have you.
Anyway, if you want Wolverine in the city, Wolverine on the shuttered Rita Street McDonald's. That's on the game.
I'm sorry, though. Throughout this, I've just been wondering something, and this is, I think, the most important question. If Wolverine is Kiryu, then which X-Men is Ichiban?
Ooh.
Jubilee, maybe?
I don't know. Maybe? Probably. I don't know.
Hear me
That's a
out.
good question. Okay.
Yeah.
Magneto is Ichiban 30 years in the future.
No.
He's got the hair.
No. I mean, yeah, but no. No.
Sorry, other way around. No, Professor.
Magneto has never been happy for more than like 30 minutes in his entire life.
Yes, exactly.
Professor Xavier.
think-
That's the one. I got them mixed up.
I don't think no, because the thing about Ichiban is that he's stupid, and we want him to remain stupid. He has to be stupid.
He's kind of, you know what it is? I got it. This guy's smarter, but it's my favorite Marvel character. He's Nightcrawler.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'll accept that.
Okay, no. He can't be Nightcrawler because Ichiban has never had sex.
Fair. You know what? Damn it. Which X-Men hasn't had sex?
Wolverine.
Colossus.
Wolverine's got
I feel like that's more of a mechanical issue.
Yeah, and infamously Rogue for a very long time.
Yeah, but Rogue at least had people. Like, it's not that Rogue didn't want to have sex, though.
Exactly.
Like, Ichiban barely knows what sex is.
Yeah, like, I would say, like, the purest-hearted X-Men is definitely Colossus. And that's the one thing that he has in common with Ichiban. But Colossus doesn't quite have main character syndrome like Ichiban does.
True.
Like, that's the problem, is that most of the X-Men really don't have that main character energy aside from Wolverine. That's why there haven't been 100 like on different ongoing X-Men side project things, right? Like that's why there's not 200 issues of Cyclops solo adventures or Storm solo adventures.
That would be so annoying to read.
They've had a lot of great solo adventures, but like they're not. Really, now that I think about it, Storm probably should have had 300 issues of solo adventures.
Cool.
Storm should have her own video game.
She dated Thor for a little bit. Like, that's fun.
Storm also had a life before the X-Men, which most of these people do not.
Yeah, that's true.
So, was there anything else about the showcase that caught your eye that you wanted to discuss? I have a couple more thoughts.
I have one. I mean, this is a low light. And what I'm about to say is going to be a little bit of a hot take, but it's this. Remaking Rayman Legends with 3D sections is less interesting than remaking Star Fox for the 5th time.
I'm wondering about that because, if you wanted to do that would have been, I guess, fine. The only thing I can think of is they're trying to get the fans of Rayman 2 for the N64. Because the N64 Direct, either this most recent one or the last one, announced that they added Rayman 2 to the NSO thing. So I'm wondering if it's maybe in conjunction with that. But I would rather they remake Rayman 2. Rayman 2 was cool.
And you can get Rayman Legends on every platform. It's a near impeccable game.
Yeah, so, it's also because why are they remaking this? There's a lot of why are they doing this again?
My guess would be that they're remaking it as practice for making a new Rayman with this new art style. But there are a couple of problems with that. One is that the Rayman Legends art style is already near perfect. More 2D, not exactly hand drawn, but more painterly style 2D that they had going on. That movie art framework they had was really gorgeous, and this more 3D version just doesn't pop as well. The other thing is, and this is actually a bit of good news out of Ubisoft for once, they're not delisting the original Rayman Legends. They're keeping that around. So you'll be able to compare the two, and I don't think that the retold art style will acquit itself nicely compared to the old art style. So as a practice project that they're commercializing, I get it, but I think they're kind of going a little hard on the promotion for something that really is just okay, we did this to get our sea legs. Now let's make the real new Rayman. It's being promoted a little too heavily for that.
Yeah.
I would also say there is a history of remakes and remasters basically being tools as like onboarding tools for new members of studios. That is, as far as I can tell, like the driving force between most of the remakes and remasters at Sony.
Yeah.
And that's like fine, but you don't actually have to publish everything you make. And I know Ubisoft does because it's like in free fall, but it's I just feel like you don't necessarily need to do this to get everyone up to speed.
Right.
Yeah, it's not like Rayman Legends looks ugly by modern standards. Like, a resolution patch or something might be what you do to bring that to a modern audience, but I just don't think it's in dire need of any kind of update. It has the kind of art style that's fairly timeless. It's still going to look good 20 years from now.
Yeah.
So yeah. Last low light for me, but actually happened after the showcase. They spent a lot of time on the imagining. Speaking of remakes, the reimagining of the first Tomb Raider, Legacy of Atlantis. And then we found out after the fact that it used Gen AI.
Yep.
And in fact, Game Informer interviewed, I think, the creative leader or one of the people on the game, and PR had to like step in during the interview. And then later they issued a clarification statement saying that no, Gen AI was not used to make Lara Croft's model, which I don't think was the question that was being asked.
Because that's the thing people are concerned about.
I mean, you want to get I understand wanting a certain level of like, I don't know how to put this in a way that doesn't sound problematic, like purity, if you will, about like you want the main character to be free of the contamination or the taint of AI. I get that, but
it comes across
elsewhere. Yeah, it comes across a little bit like, oh, don't worry, we protected your fair maiden. Now, the rest of the game, who knows? But your waifu is untouched. Your waifu was handcrafted.
And I mean, in almost every one of these cases, they try to backpedal to the point where no, we didn't use it to create any actual assets, only to do like support, concept art, etc., and that always contradicts like and that always becomes a contradiction. But that becomes the PR line that they keep shouting loud enough, and hope that it drowns out the developers who have already spilled the beans.
Yeah, because like that's the thing.
It wasn't just with Tomb Raider. It was a couple other ones that have slipped my mind, but the same kind of.
Crazy Taxi was the other one.
Yeah, Crazy Taxi.
That's it. Yeah.
There was a couple of the smaller shows. I did notice a couple of games that had what looked like pretty blatantly generated art assets. There was a German game called, I believe it's Cash with a dollar sign is King, that literally looks like any crappy generated like fake game that you clickbait game you see on the bottom of any news site.
Oh God. Ugh.
Yeah. You feel the banner ad should have play now, play discreetly on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame that like a showcase can kind of be sullied by what happens after the fact. And I don't think Legacy of Atlantis looks terrible or anything just from what they've shown off. But now it's always going to be in the back of my head. Oh, this is the game that has Gen AI in it. And I have no illusions. I know Gen AI is probably being secretly used in other games, and Steam disclosures, noble as they might be in intent, are very easily circumvented by just lying.
Yeah. But I will say on that front, if they don't disclose it and people find it, it comes out in the reviews, and the game ends up getting like review bombed for it because it's like they didn't disclose that they had AI. So like it's like one of those things where why use it at all at this point? Like that's the main question, is why do they still keep doing this, knowing full well that if they say something, they're going to get backlash for using it. If they don't say anything and then get found out after the fact, they're going to get like even more backlash, because not only did they use it, they also tried to like be slick and not disclose that they used it. And at this point, it's like, even because like the part of it is that like there is the sense that developers and consumers, when talking about AI, I get the sense that they're talking about two different things, because the vast majority of consumers do not make the distinction between actual stuff made with generative AI, like a large language model or what have you, and proc gen shit that's been around for like 10, 15 years that just got slapped with the AI label for marketing purposes. Like, consumers cannot make that distinction, but developers seem to be under the impression that they can, and then always get caught flat-footed when this backlash happens. It's like, what did you think was going to happen?
Yeah. It seems like developers in like, I don't know how much pressure is coming from up above versus.
I feel like that's the only way this makes sense, is that they are being pressured, like they're being told, either you say this in the interview, you tout this thing in the interview, or like we cut your budget, or your game never comes out, or what have you. Like that's the only reason I can think of that they would keep doing this shit. I mean, there's one other thing, but we'll get to that when we talk about Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, it seems like whatever pressure's coming from above, what's not being accounted for is that this inevitably generates a backlash. And in some cases, that backlash, I mean, in most cases, that backlash is probably not enough to take the game. But you have to wonder what return you're getting, because this tech is expensive to use.
Yeah.
You have to wonder if it's really resulting in real returns when there is a backlash every single time. So that was the state of play. Let's talk about the second major showcase, which was the Summer Game Fest showcase itself that aired on June 5th. So this is kind of like the centerpiece event. This is the one that's hosted by Jeff Keighley, this time ably co-hosted by Lucy James. I'm just gonna say
I liked
straight
her.
up. Oh, Lucy James is a great host. She's great. I'm just gonna say straight up, this is much better showing than last year. Last year felt like
a joke.
Yeah. So it felt like I was back in the 90s, and I was like thumbing my nose at authority. And I mean, back then there were legitimate concerns over whether video games could show like tits and gore, right? That's just, at least within North America, that is a debate that has been resolved. Yes, video games can have tits and gore. Although nowadays again, it's kind of under threat because of all the payment processor issues. But by and large, at least in terms of legality, tits and gore have won out. And last year's showcase appeared like it came from a world where that debate had never been settled. And so we needed to have a huge display of ultraviolence and gooner shit to kind of thumb our nose at authority. Not so this year. This year felt a little bit more like, okay, this is what big budget video gaming looks like in the year 2026. I know it's not reflective of the entire gamut of gaming experience, but here's a pretty broad swath of the industry, and a fairly accurate representation of that pretty broad swath of the industry. So in that regard, not terribly disappointing. I found that it was all mostly midlights for me. Nothing that really, really stood out for me. Nothing that really, really ticked me off, except for one thing. But I will just say my two big highlights: Star Wars Galactic Racer looks great, and really happy that The Wolf Among Us 2 is confirmed for next year. Sorry, Wolfman, what were you saying?
I was gonna say I was very happy to see some Alien Isolation.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
I haven't actually played much of Alien Isolation 1. What I have played is very cool. And it's just nice that a franchise, like a video game series that is, I think you could consider relatively middle of the road in terms of size, is getting like a nice big showcase. It's also one of the few times where like going into a sandbox actually feels interesting, because that's an unusual setting for a horror game.
Sorry, what do you mean by sandbox in this?
Alien Isolation has a much larger space.
Oh.
Because it's set on a colony and not inside a spaceship, so there's like, I don't know how big they'll actually be in practice, or if it will just kind of functionally still be like rooms, but it's trying to at least present a larger play space for you to be.
Okay, you mean Alien Isolation 2. Okay, sorry,
Yes.
yeah. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, yeah, that could be a more interesting approach, because part of what made Alien Isolation so effective, my understanding is, was it's more claustrophobic
Yes.
kind of
Oh, it's
setting
super
where.
claustrophobic.
So, like, putting that more out in the open, I mean, that can't work. Like, especially things like places like jungles and forests are like ripe for horror. So, if they play their cards right, I think they can make something pretty effective. Any other highlights people wanted to shout out?
I like the vampire game. I'm still hoping that thing ends up being pretty cool.
Blood of
Which one?
Dawnwalker?
Blood of
Dawnwalker?
Yeah, that looked really cool. And that Hikes. That one looks,
Hikes.
yeah.
Hikes.
Pronounce that one. That one looked pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of sequels. You know, I sometimes feel with some of these shows, it's like if you were super into soccer and I was super into American football, right? And you were like trying to convince me, like, actually, soccer's pretty cool. And I'm like, well, I've played a lot of soccer. I've watched a lot of soccer. It's just not for me, right? I feel like a lot of that is going on right now with some of these shows. It's like, if you were looking for this or excited for this, or it's more of the same, you're happy. But other than that, I don't feel like I'm like being sold on a lot of this stuff. I don't feel like buying a PlayStation after, the PlayStation show. I don't feel like I'm missing something if I don't get really into Among Us, whatever this thing is. It's just kind of all like either you're on board or you're not, and it doesn't feel like they're trying to sell you if you're not. They're just trying to say, for the people who are in, here's what we've got for you, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I think that's
that
kind of a
seems right.
product of games being so varied and the games audience being more fragmented than ever.
Yeah.
Like, it's really hard to. Like, people can find almost exactly what they want now.
Right.
So if they're satisfied with what they want, it's really hard to sell them on something other than what they already want. So sometimes they don't even bother.
Yeah, that's what I would say about this year in particular. I feel like this is one of the years I feel like a lot of them didn't bother. Like, if you weren't into Code Veronica, this wasn't going to sell you on Code Veronica unless you really like bad French accents.
I mean, that trailer was so bad. Also, who
It
is
was
this
awful.
who is this obvious 25-year-old woman playing this what is supposed to be an ancient woman? Like, and the French accent was so bad.
Your brother is missing. Oh, have
Oh
some
no!
tea, dearie.
Oh, he's so messy. We're gonna eat his chocolates.
So
I
here's
do
the
like
thing.
that. I do like that he has like Chris has a like just the lady is just like, damn, Chris, you live like this. Like he's just sleeping on the couch. He's like getting shit everywhere. He's got cigarettes, ashtrays full of shit, just multiple pills. I'm like, oh, he's going through it.
Like the
Yeah.
sad thing is that like the stereotypical French accent would be more accurate than the French accents in that.
Than whatever it was she was doing. Yeah.
That was so off.
My feeling about Code Veronica, I guess, is that like Capcom's Resident Evil teams have been on an absolute roll. So like the trailer, that it exists, that it's not good, like does not matter to me at all.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I mean about like they weren't trying to sell that to anybody else who wasn't already into that universe.
Yeah, like they didn't feel the need to sell this. Like I think they're at a point, a lot of these games anyway, they're at a point where like you're either buying it or you're not. And like that's to a point with like the Virtua Fighter's Crossroads trailer, which I'm super excited for. And I love that they're just like, yeah, no, we're doing Virtua Fighter and it's got Pereo in it. And no, we're not putting any subtitles for the music. Fuck you. Enjoy it. Enjoy it or play it or don't. I don't care. So it looks great though.
my game that like I want that I don't care if anybody else wants is going to be Ace Combat, right? I love Ace Combat. I get it. I know why people don't love it.
You and my
Yeah.
partner.
But
You and my partner.
but I don't think that Ace Combat people probably watched that and was like, what the hell is this shit? You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm at. Even with games you love, you just got to kind of accept right now that if you see the very first font and you know what it is and you're excited, great. But I don't get the feeling that a lot of these were going farther past that unless you're totally new, like unheard of IP, and you got to sell a little bit. And that's why I think I found myself like with Blood of the Dawnwalker and Hikes, being more interested in that stuff.
Yeah, true. That, and I mean, like, you see, even if you would be interested, maybe otherwise in Ace Combat, as soon as you see Ace Combat 8, you're like, oh,
Yeah.
fuck, there's 8 of these already?
And it's called
God
the
damn
Wings
it.
of Steve, and you're like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just like, what the fuck? Eulasia? What? You know what? I don't have time for this.
Bad subtitles are just kind of it's a proud tradition of our field. I remember actually when I was doing my write-up of the direct, I actually did have to go online to remind myself that the Kingdom Hearts Integrum collection is composed of legally sold products such as Kingdom Hearts Remix with a unique capitalization 1.5 plus 2.5.
They're just making shit up over there. They're just making up
1.5
words.
to 2.5 HD remix. Yeah, I have it.
365 over whatever the fuck days. Like,
Sorry, it's 358, not 365. They didn't make it the
oh,
whole
excuse
year.
me.
Oh,
Excuse
wow.
me.
The
Excuse
over
me.
2 is because those 2 days, those 358 days were shared by 2 hearts.
Bro, I
okay?
don't care. I do not care. Oh my god.
Was one
I
of them
do not care.
Xenonort or was it Tronex?
Xehanort?
Yeah.
Like just like, oh my god, who gives?
I
And like,
forget
if
the
you
2 hearts, was it like Xion and
who
I don't
cares?
remember
Who
what
fucking cares? Who
The one
fucking
thing-
cares?
I've played all
Everybody
these
who's ever on this
games. I should
podcast
care.
except for
So have I. Who cares?
I just want to make one note about all of this, which is that the really worst part of all of this is that every Kingdom Hearts title actually does make sense. Like every single Kingdom Hearts title
Oh my God.
actually does make internal logical sense.
We're not doing this. We're not doing
No,
this.
but that's what makes it so bad. That's what makes it so bad. is that-
Yeah,
What
yeah,
is
but
the
like,
chain of memories? No, don't answer that question.
no,
Don't
shut
answer.
up. No, stop.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that was my kind of takeaway was like this was a cool year for very specific games for very specific people. But past that, like I think it was a strong year, way better than last year, obviously. But I could see how people kind of could have walked away from both of these shows and been like, "This is the best shit ever," or "Nothing at all cool got announced." I wouldn't fault either side of that argument, I guess.
Yeah. Dave, were there any highlights for you that you want to shout out?
No, I didn't really pay too much attention to this one. That was just, but yeah, nothing too much jumped out at me.
All right, let's get into lowlights. And I'm
How,
just gonna hit.
I've got a bunch.
You've got one. Okay,
I've got a highlight.
let's hear it.
Stellar Blade 2, thanks for the Stellar Blade 2 trailer reminding me that I still haven't played the first one. So I was like, oh, hey, okay. And then, bless you, Bubby. That was my dog. Pal World 1.0, baby, we won our lawsuit. Yay. So that can finally come out. So there's that. So I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully
I do like that they were like, so we are actually existing still. Hooray.
I love that they just they're like, yeah, it's Pokemon. They're pals, whatever. They look like pals. You're gonna conflate the two all the time. We're going to revel in that error by our game.
Yeah.
Like they just don't give a shit, and I love that. I love that for them.
Go Pocket Pair.
Yeah. No, and they might just here's hoping they become a Digimon and not a Monster Hunter.
Oh God.
Or a
Hopefully.
Monster Rancher.
Monster Rancher.
Oh
yes,
no.
that's my yeah.
Oh,
we
Monster
love
Rancher.
Monster Rancher, but we can never remember what that green guy with the big eye is called.
Swayze.
Is it?
Yeah,
Is that what
Swayze.
he's called? The yellow, the big walking eyeball with the mouth.
S-U-E-Z-O. Yeah. Swayze.
Oh yeah, and then there's Pixie. I don't know why her name is Pixie because she looks like more like a succubus and stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's like with the devil horns or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't remember any other monsters from that
There's
game.
Mochi, who's like Genki's buddy. There's Golem.
Who's
yes,
Genki?
Mochi. I remember Mochi.
Genki was the guy who got isekai'd into Monster Rancher.
Oh, okay. He's just named Genki?
Yeah.
That's so funny.
I don't know why I remember this. I haven't watched Monster Rancher in like 20 years.
Isn't there like a girl? There's like a girl there.
There is a girl whose name I forget.
Okay. All right.
But
that's all I have.
Suezo was her companion.
Okay. All right.
Well, sorry, it's been forever. I last
long.
watched Monster Rancher when I was like, I think 12 or 13 years old.
Yeah, back on Fox Family, they tried really hard to make Monster Rancher happen, and it just
it happened for us on YTV. It was a good time.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Lowlights.
I have a bunch.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Can I start with like the? Okay, how about you go ahead, and then I've got
yours is going to be the one that we're going to talk about the most.
Okay.
So I will leave that one off my list. There were a few. A Saul game set in World War One. Another Koei Tecmo Attack on Titan game. I feel like I'm allowed to complain about that.
Yeah, I don't know, because like,
wait, why is that?
Why?
I actually don't know what's wrong with Attack on Titan games.
Attack on Titan has a lot of weird anti-Semitic undertones and weird fascist undertones.
I don't even know if they're undertones at this point, right? Because like the creator is just like, yeah, no, Nazis are cool. Actually, like that's just a thing he said.
Yeah, we're at that stage of it being
me,
going through the cerebus.
Is not counting the one Merve's going to mention. Is this? The show starts with our sub-mediocre Resident Evil Veronica trailer, which only excited me insofar as more Resident Evil. Jeff Keighley comes out and he says, "I'm going to show you some statistics." And he basically brings out...
That's definitely what we want from our show, statistics.
How many new games are coming out and how many million selling games are coming out. And he's like, well, a cynic could say that this industry's in freefall, but let me show you this. And you know what? Fuck you, buddy.
Like, we're not shareholders, dude. Like
my overriding actual feeling about this entire show is that it felt very desperate. It felt somewhat desperate at the Xbox show. It really felt desperate at SGF, where it feels like there's this very committed effort by everyone to making sure that everything is fine. Everything feels fine. And when you literally have to go out on this hype train, which really only exists to make fans excited, to then try to tell them that all of those things they've heard about the industry being in freefall are totally not happening. Like that I found that actively infuriating. I think it's just fundamentally gross because it's an attempt to handpick and cherry pick like statistical information and trying to use that in an event that only exists for commercial purposes.
I mean, it's also just like one of the most egregious.
My rant over.
Well, just to build on that, it's also one of the most egregious instances of survivorship bias, right? Like showing the top successes out of an ever-increasing pool of large games does not make the point Jeff Keighley thinks it does.
Yeah.
Right? Like these are the small number of successes out of that vast number of games, the vast majority of which will be failures. Like most games that release on Steam are commercial failures.
Yeah.
And like it's one thing to highlight good successful games, but to highlight them in an attempt to make a point that no, the industry is as healthy as ever, it's wildly disingenuous.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I would also say, like last year had this feeling too, where he would often talk about how there's all these small, tiny developers and they're coming out with these incredible games, and in a way that really made it feel like he was using them as, I believe last year I described it in this show as a human shield.
Yeah.
This feels very much the same. It really rubbed me the wrong way.
And okay, I'm gonna say something that somewhat acquits Jeff Keighley. Jeff Keighley is not responsible for the current shape of the industry.
Yeah.
But he does not have to be a cheerleader for it. Like, there's nothing like, he's already blame free. Why is he prostrating himself before the industry to protect them from something that isn't his fault? It's
so
just
that they keep giving him trailers and that they keep his show alive. That's it. That's how he networks. That's how he gets. That is arguably making people happy and making the industry happy, the big industry bigwigs happy, is arguably how he keeps this whole thing going. Like, SGF and the Game Awards is his baby, and it's reaching a point where he I think realizes that this show or these shows only stay alive as long as the industry is healthy and thriving. And if he says anything that makes it seem any less than that, if he makes the industry look bad, he's gonna lose all of those connections and thus lose any reason to watch his fucking show.
So here's the thing. He didn't used to be like this.
Well, no, he didn't used to be, but he is now as the show got bigger and got more important, and now he has all of these, like, now it's just kind of the thing that happens when you when you expand past a certain point. Like, he's at a point now where he's in this position to where he's having to pick and choose who he makes happy, because you can't make everybody happy. Like, that's impossible. You cannot be everything to everyone, and that's fine, but it is very telling the people he chooses to make happy and who he prioritizes and what content and what trailers and what companies he appeals to. Like, that is very, very telling to me.
Okay, so let me say two things about that. First is, like, there has been a change in Jeff Keighley's attitude. Like, the Jeff Keighley of 10 years ago was openly bad-mouthing Konami, was openly, like, prevented or prohibited Activision from advertising at his show when they were undergoing their sexual misconduct scandal. And I cannot imagine the Jeff Keighley of today making those decisions. Like, that is not what Jeff Keighley of 2026 would do.
I would make the argument that the bad-mouthing Konami thing had more to do with him wanting to remain friends with Kojima, who at that point had gotten bigger than Konami. Like, Konami back then, especially 10 years ago, they were after Metal Gear Solid 5, like, they were taking L after L after
fair.
L after L. So, like,
That's
he would
fair,
have
but
nothing. He would have nothing to gain from, like, trying to talk them up, because everybody was mad at them.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
Look, I'm just saying, like, what would he have to gain from, like, talking up Konami and, like,
well, you don't have to talk them up, but you also don't have to antagonize them, right?
What are they gonna do? Everybody already hated them now. It was free. It was easy. It was an easy thing for him to do. Everybody was bad talking Konami back then. Like, they didn't really need him to do that, but he did it because he gained that.
Your point that Keighley's always been like this, or like?
No, not that he's always been like this, but back then, like, to me, that's not as big of an indicator as to necessarily the kind of person he was. Like, to me, that's just a bad example. Like, the Activision example is genuinely good, but, like, Konami was an easy target back then.
Okay,
Everybody
so let's go with the Activision
that
example then, right? Like, he says Activision will not be allowed to advertise at the Game Awards this year, right? But can you imagine the Jeff Keighley of today making that decision?
No.
Exactly.
No, because it's not cool to be woke right now, which is the other thing I think is worth interrogating. And the other thing I think that we can say about Jeff Keighley, part of the reason that he, I think, as a figure is so irritating is that he just kind of goes where the winds blow. Like, if it is, like, back then, it was cool to be woke. It was cool to be woke. It was cool to be socially conscious. It was genuinely cool and trendy to make these big sweeping statements, to make these big declarations and stand on business. It's not cool to do that anymore. it's not. We're post Gamergate, we're post all of this other fucking bullshit happening, and we're experiencing, the backlash to woke. It's not advantageous to take a stand like that anymore, because then you have a bunch of people, a bunch of fucking dipshits and, sweatlords yelling at you on fucking Twitter and social media and all of that stuff. And like, social media is not the be and be all end all. Like, we all know that, but a lot of these developers and a lot of these industry folks, if you talk to them, you would not. They don't seem to know that. They genuinely seem to take all of that criticism that they get online far more seriously than the actual picture, which is that most people who, like, the vast majority of people don't care because the vast majority of people aren't online, but these are the only voices they hear. So I think Keighley does what he needs to do and says what he needs to say to keep his show alive. Back then, taking a stand was advantageous, and it got him a lot of views, and it got a lot of people in the door. 10 years down the line, post-backlash, that does not work.
I guess what I'm trying to interrogate is this a change in Jeff Keighley, or is this a change in industry pressure?
I mean, I think
the argument I'm making is that I think those things are inextricable from one another.
What do you mean?
I think he follows whatever the industry does. I don't think he actually believes in anything necessarily. Like, the fact that Okami getting a sequel was the one time where it's like, oh, he's a human being, he's crying here. This is a thing he actually cares about. And when was the last time before that we'd seen anything like that? I don't know that.
I don't expect people to be crying on stage all the time.
Well, no. Yeah, that's not what I mean. But
I just don't think the model of Jeff Keighley as being like a person devoid of emotion or belief is the right model.
Not necessarily emotion, but like I think he is at a point where the only thing he cares about is keeping the show alive. I don't think he actually has any strong virtues, or I don't think he actually believes in anything anymore. Maybe he did at one point, but I don't think he does now, and that's part of why I'm tired of seeing his fucking face.
I don't necessarily fully agree. I do think he has some pet causes that he considers valuable, but in the end, I think the differences in our perspective are fairly small, because in the end, I think he will largely just kind of move to adopting what he just considers to be the most successful and like the easiest move in terms of avoiding backlash or avoiding potential backlash. Like, I do think he is, at least to some extent, interested in presenting, like, supporting smaller games, and interested to some extent in supporting, like, people or communities or minority groups who are not really represented in the industry mainstream. If he didn't entirely, but
what I'll say here is that, like, it's fairly easy to partner with shows like the Women-Led Game Showcase, Latin American Game Showcase, or Black Voices in Gaming. Like, that's a fairly low-cost reciprocal relationship.
Exactly. That's the point that I was making.
And, like, to the extent that, like, it's not woke to do so anymore, I just don't think it imposes that much of, like, a cost with the anti-woke crowd. I don't, like, the part of the anti-woke crowd that is going to hunt Jeff Keighley down for partnering with Black Voices in Gaming is so marginal compared to, like, the bulk of the anti-woke crowd that I just don't think it costs them that much.
Yeah,
But I don't think he's, like, against elevating Black Voices in Gaming. I don't think he's like, oh, I'm doing this fully out of, like, begrudging, like, pure commercial interest. But I do think there's a calculation. That calculation comes out to, on the whole, it's okay.
The thing I'm thinking about is how we just don't have the fucking mentorship program thing for the Game Awards anymore. I think about that meeting. I think about that meeting and how they were bringing up the things that the mentorship program lacked, and the things that they were going to need to make the show, to make that program better, and how apparently during that entire call he got increasingly agitated that they had the audacity to ask for anything. That's the kind of shit I'm talking about. That's why I think Jeff Keighley is being completely disingenuous when he does shit like this. He only does the easy shit, but the minute he is criticized, or the minute, not even like full on, like it's not like they were yelling at him during that call, but the minute they brought up any gentle criticism or anything that would require more than what he already provided, he just fucking dropped it. Instead of actually taking their criticisms to heart and working to make that program better, he just decided not to do it because it was harder. This is easy. Partnering with these showcases is easy. That's easy for him to do. He doesn't do the hard shit. He doesn't do the shit that counts.
What I would say is that he was willing to do the hard things when the hard things didn't get him criticism. And the part of that was the ESA was like the target that would absorb all the criticism. Like, Game Awards started while E3 was still a thing. SGF started while E3 was, in theory, still a thing. And then it got canceled over and over again and eventually just shut down permanently. Now Jeff Keighley is the only game in town, and therefore all eyes are on SGF for it to be the representative of everything that big budget gaming is in the year 2026. And so it becomes a lot harder for him to escape any kind of criticism compared to when he was operating more in the background and E3 was taking all the slings and arrows. Very easy to I shouldn't say very easy. It was hard to build that up. Like, he put in the work, but now that he's getting criticized for it, for not having done it in ways that necessarily were down to the benefit of everyone, rather than choosing to take that criticism to heart, he sometimes chooses to take his ball and go home, or ignore that criticism. And the result is what happens, say, with the future class of the Game Awards. So that is how we ended up where we are now. Yeah, go ahead.
One last thing I do want to mention. I've used this comparison before. I might have used this comparison before on this show. Keighley reminds me of, more than anyone else, of Tom Haverford from Parks and Rec.
I can see that.
I didn't watch Parks and Rec.
He's the Aziz Ansari character.
Okay.
His entire thing is that he is only interested in the things that are like the most conventionally popular, or the things that are the most conventionally politically agnostic or politically accepted. So he has no interest in actually he has no real causes that he will go to bat for. He has no things that he will be interested in supporting. He has no real interest in sticking his neck out for something, even if it has political advantage. And that's a lot of how I think of Keighley a lot when I think of it. When I think of the way he acts and the way he kind of promotes himself in a lot of the things that go into making these shows, is someone who, whatever personal interests he has, he is ultimately someone with this very strange, kind of almost viewing commercial success and commercial dominance as almost more of a moral or artistic good in and of its own self.
So what I'd say to that is, these shows are constructed by with his editorial hand.
Yeah.
And he chooses what goes in and what stays out. And some of that is based on his own tastes. And the problem is, it's almost, I won't say it's the opposite, but the problem is that this is presented as the showcase of gaming, but it's also reflective of his tastes. And Jeff Keighley is allowed to have his own tastes. I'm not criticizing Jeff Keighley's taste necessarily, but once he has put himself up as the sole arbiter of what goes in, and also wants it to be a celebration of gaming as a whole, he's already poisoned that well. Because now, you can't be both the neutral purveyor of the richest of gaming and a tastemaker. You have to pick one or the other.
Yeah. I think, it's something that E3 struggled with since its very beginning too, and that how does it balance being essentially a trade show and a consumer show? Like, because they want to have that classic, this is your, game game industry annual meeting. Like, it's like when your workplace has that big annual general meeting where they just, cram everyone into an auditorium, or, these days a team invite, and just talk about how great the business was this year and how great everybody is doing and how great you all are.
And you haven't gotten a raise in
AI
5
will
years.
revolutionize all of your work.
Exactly. And I think that's what the struggle. I think that's what the struggle is, with Summer Games Fest, with Keighley, and that why it always kind of hits a discordant note, because it's trying to do both when it tries to do both at the same time.
Yeah, E3 didn't have this issue because E3 didn't have like one central showcase. It was all publisher and platform showcases.
Yeah,
it also
those are
base.
like, you don't need editorial control there because it's just whatever the publisher or the platform holder is putting out. Here, there is this element of like, we are picking essentially what we want to highlight across the whole medium, not just what we're publishing.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was that, Quinley?
Oh, no, I just... I did have a couple of lowlights.
Please.
Okay, let's hear them.
This isn't exactly a lowlight. This is just like a, that's interesting. Gundam Rogue Orbit. I found that trailer interesting and how it manages to completely undermine Gundam's entire war is really bad premise by having them fight alien robots instead of people. Like, that's interesting, but like, I don't think, like, why is that a Gundam game? That seems like the Gundam thing, it almost seems like it was just kind of slapped on there. Like, it has the same vibe as, Shigeru Miyamoto seeing the Dinosaur Planet demo and being like, put Star Fox in it. Like, that's what that felt like to me. Because it doesn't look anything like Gundam. And if they had not had the actual, like, Gundam mobile suits in the trailer, like, if those had just been generic robots, I would have been more interested, because it's like, oh, hey, this looks like a new property. And then they're like, no, this is Gundam. And it's like, why is this Gundam? They're not fighting people. They're not fighting enemies. Where's the guilt about war and war being bad? Like, that's the whole thing. So that was interesting. And also, this is something only me and Merve will care about. We're never getting Showa American Story, are we? That's just not happening, is it?
Oh, it didn't. Oh, yeah, because it
Nothing.
didn't show up
Nothing.
anywhere.
Nothing.
So, future greatest game of all time, Showa American Story, it's developed by the Chinese studio named Necom, a group of developers that, by their own admission, has never been to Japan or America, but is making a game about Japan essentially having taken over Texas. And you play as a young Japanese
They sold Texas to a Japanese consortium.
You play as I guess a Japanese girl in her 20s, running around the wasteland, killing
A stunt
zombies.
woman. Yes, a
Yeah.
stunt woman looking for
She's a
her
stunt woman.
sister.
There you go. You remember the premise better than I do. The
Yeah.
president of America is obsessed with anime in this particular game. We got trailers a few years ago. We still have no release date. It was supposed to come out last year. It's been radio silent since then. The putative release date is this year. Still no announcement
Nothing.
at Summer Game Fest. We're hoping Necom hasn't gone under, because this will be the greatest game of all time if it ever comes out. But we'll
Like,
just have to wait and see.
the last thing they mentioned was there was like their Twitter account. I think like something happened, like where their social media accounts got hacked or like compromised or something. And so that was the initial reason they went radio silent. And then like once they got that back and regained control, the last announcement was like in either beginning of 2025 or late 2024, saying the game is being further delayed indefinitely for quote unquote polish reasons. And then we've heard nothing since then. Like, there are no new trailers, no new screen caps, no new announcements, nothing. And like, that trailer was incredible. It was so good.
I'm in their official Discord right now, and I'm looking like
Ooh.
yeah, there's nothing. Just
Oh,
people
no.
people asking about where it's going. I'm like using Google Translate to translate a bunch of Chinese comments.
Oh, no.
The last comment by a Chinese user translated from Chinese. If there's still no news by Gamescom, you can basically stop hoping. It's been in the final polishing stage since February last year, and there's still no word. It's hard to say what will happen.
Oh, fuck.
Thank you, Chinese user. What's your name? Bye Bye is
Thanks, Bye Bye.
is the name of the user.
Man.
This is the only official game Discord I'm in, by the way.
Just like a game.
So funny. Oh my god.
Oh no, don't do this to me, Kappa. I guess we should talk about the elephant in the room that I alluded to in the podcast.
Yes.
We have
Wolfman, you're way more enthusiastic to talk about this than I am, as a longtime RGG fan. So I will say, like, there are a bunch of studios that have kind of defined this podcast's existence over the past decade. Like Bethesda, BioWare,
Sonic Team.
Sonic Team, for better or worse. So your three Bs are those big ones, and they've all managed to disappoint, mostly Kappa, but also me to varying degrees over the years. The one studio
Now that the shoe's on the other foot a little, right?
yes, the one studio that both Kappa and I appreciate that has thus far not managed to disappoint us is the R. They've been just putting out banger after banger after banger since 2017. And then eventually the bloom was going to come off the rose. And it started last year with the announcement that the Yakuza 3 remake, Yakuza 3 Kiwami plus Dark Ties, was casting someone accused of sexual misconduct in a key role.
not even accused, like he admitted that shit.
Yeah.
Let's say he did admit and actually apologized to one, but not all of his victims. And that did not go over very well with the fan base. Now, their upcoming new major title, Stranger Than Heaven, a kind of prequel to the Yakuza series, has courted a lot of controversy for a casting choice. And calling it a casting choice
I was about to say.
Yeah,
is a little bit of a misnomer because it's
maybe
not
a stunt.
It's not like they actually cast him, because you can't really cast a dead person in a role. But you can use his likeness. And that's what they've done with Tupac Shakur. At the urging of Snoop Dogg, who also plays a key role in the game, Snoop Dogg thought it'd be cool to bring Tupac on board. The problem is Tupac is not very alive. So you can't
Contrary to all the conspiracy theories, he is very dead, yes.
He is quite dead, and he died about 30 years ago. So all you can do is put his likeness in the game, and you could do the horrible thing which they didn't do, which is recreate Tupac with Gen AI. They're doing the next most horrible thing, which is getting someone else to play Tupac. Now, where this gets really controversial, although apparently they did seek the permission of both his family and Tupac's estate, is that Tupac's estate is not controlled by Tupac's family. It's controlled by a record executive named, I believe, Tom Whaley, who has been embroiled in legal disputes with Tupac's family. So any instance of using Tupac's likeness posthumously is just doubly controversial, over and above, the usual accusations of puppeting a dead man's corpse around.
We'll have an article about this guy in the show notes.
Okay. Yeah, because there is a lot to say about him. Now, this would have been bad enough but the RGG studio head, Masayoshi Yokoyama, has apparently not been as trained for PR as you might have hoped he would be, and has been saying some pretty wild things in interviews.
Oh no.
Like, first of all, saying that, thought it would be like really interesting to bring Tupac back. And then in one interview suggesting they want to like figure out what Tupac would have like how he would have behaved if he were still with us. Which is wild to say about
no.
A man who died before the first Yakuza.
A man who died before the first Yakuza game came out, and B had not yet been born at the time at which Stranger Than Heaven is set. I mean, like, I gotta wonder who just ethics aside, I even gotta wonder who the audience for this is. Tupac died in the 90s. The people who were fans of Tupac back then are in their 50s now.
I can speak to this actually.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So there are a couple of things. The first one is that in Japan specifically, and the reason I know this is because this came up during the Kendrick Drake feud in 2024. Apparently, West Coast hip hop is pretty big in Japan. It has a very sizable following in Japan. Like, there is a significant subculture surrounding West Coast hip hop over there, and crucially, like, it's why you were seeing all of these tweets. Like, there was this one tweet where somebody's like, "Oh, it's serious when all the yaoi artists are tweeting about Kendrick in Japanese." Like, the Kendrick Drake feud was a big deal over there. There are a bunch of Kendrick fans in Japan right now. I've followed like a lot of Japanese hip hop artists, a lot of Japanese rappers. Not all of them are good, but the ones that I followed, like, you watch their videos and they're wearing Dodgers caps, they're wearing Lakers jerseys. They're embodying a lot of the aesthetic. Some of them are even filming their videos in LA. Like, that is a signifier that they really use, and like, one, to kind of convey a message of authenticity, being rappers, and that's a whole other conversation that I'm not going to wade into right now because we'll be here forever. Like, as far as just using that as a cultural signifier of being authentic and real rappers or whatever. But that's what I think a lot of this aspect, that's where I think this decision kind of came in, at least somewhat. The other one is just that Snoop Dogg is a big video game guy. Him and Ice-T, they always has been. He was in Tekken, I think Tekken 7. He had like his own level. He contributed an official track to the Tekken 7 soundtrack.
He's also a guy who will probably be at every Summer Games Fest until he dies.
Yes, that also. So I can see where this happened. Like, this, I can see like where the idea came from. The fact that they went through with it is the part where I'm just genuinely blown away. Bless you. Also, that being said, I am wondering, because this technically isn't the first time the series has done this.
No, also in the same game, just he's Japanese actor Bunta Sugawara is like this is also being featured.
Not him. He's not the one I'm talking about. The one I'm talking about is from Yakuza 0.
Which is the actor?
The Michael Jackson guy. The one that was very, aside from the sunglasses and the hat, very obviously Michael Jackson. Like, the clothes, the voice, like, if they, like, literally, it was almost like they just put him in disguise. Like, they did not try very hard, and I have to imagine they didn't get permission from Jackson's estate to use his likeness in that way. Like, but I think
that's
was
the
it
whole
like,
like plausible deniability. Like, it's not really Michael Jackson. It's like a parody or what have you, right?
well, not real. It's barely a parody. Like, oh, he's he's what was his name? Mike. They named him what? Michael Johnson or something. They used Johnson instead of Jackson's, but like it was
Miracle Johnson.
Miracle Johnson or whatever. Yeah. And it's like, obviously, this Tupac character. I'm assuming he's not going to just be called Tupac.
I can't. Yeah, I have to.
I wouldn't put it past them at this stage.
Yeah. Oh my god. So like, well, yeah, but so like, I'm wondering, like, is the main difference between like, why does this bother me, but the Miracle Johnson thing didn't, even though it was very, very obvious that they were also using the likeness of a dead man in their game, like, and did not seek permission from the estate in any way, probably because, like, how is the estate going to find out? Like, whatever. And
the Jackson
slapped
estate, The Jackson estate has been litigious before. In Plants vs. Zombies, there's a disco zombie that used to be a Jackson zombie until they objected.
Yeah, so like I'm genuinely wondering if they like just never found out about this, or if they did get permission from the estate, but there was no fanfare or hullabaloo about that because he didn't. Probably because he did appear, at least in the West. He appeared in trailers for the game, so like.
I'm guessing there's like, just enough like legal difference, like just enough cover that it doesn't count as using his likeness.
What, a hat and sunglasses? That's all it takes? So if they put a hat and sunglasses on Tupac Shakur in this way, would we be okay with it?
Well, I think there it's intended to be like, there's a difference between we are putting this guy's likeness in the game and it is this guy and we want to represent this guy in particular, versus we're paying homage to someone who's not exactly that person, but we're just putting them in as like a reference.
As a cultural touchstone.
Yeah, I think those are distinct things. I'm not necessarily saying one is ethical and the other one isn't. But I think they are distinct like artistic goals and distinct uses of a person.
I do think the Western one, maybe, at least from a Western perspective, the Miracle Johnson one is funnier. Specifically the version of Michael Jackson, like the specific era of Michael Jackson that they use, because the game takes place in 1989, and by that point, Michael Jackson did not look like that anymore.
That was before I was born, so I can't really speak to that.
Oh, that was 89 would have been bad era Michael Jackson. They used Thriller era Michael Jackson in 1989. And he would not have looked like that for at least 6 to 8 years by that point.
Oh yeah. So probably why the lawyers signed off on it.
I'm
assuming they did.
I assume Sega has good lawyers.
Yeah. Sega, at least, you know.
Well, that, and you know what? Now that I think about it, Michael Jackson was like, he was a big Sega guy too. Yeah. So maybe they were a little more. Maybe the estate was a little more amenable to Sega using his likeness since he had worked with them before.
He did. He made music for, was it Sonic 3?
It was Sonic 3. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
So for this, I'm going to stretch my empathy muscle very, very slightly before going into my criticism, which is very similar. Which is that if we don't include who they picked and who they picked to recreate from the dead, the idea of a Yakuza prequel that is distinctly about exploring the relationship of Black Americans to Japan and Black American art to Japan is, I think, a very satisfying avenue. However, empathy muscle stretched, they have picked perhaps the worst possible choices for how to do that.
Yeah, I was about to say, is that even the point that they're trying to make, or is that like just one of the many they're trying to do? Because it seems like they're just trying to make the connection between Yakuza as a like the criminal underworld's connection to Japanese pop music more generally.
Almost explicitly in the trailer, they're making a connection between anti-Asian and anti-Black racism in California in the 1920s.
Okay.
But like, if you're going to go that route, and I think there is creatively a lot of value to go that route, you've picked the absolute worst people, because Tupac's dead, and if you're recreating a digital Tupac with a different actor, that's basically only one step above like all those weird videos that YouTube used to recommend to me, where like an AI Frank Sinatra would be like, what if he sung The Cure? What if he sung the Smiths? But as for the other guy, Snoop Dogg is like the absolute worst option, and Snoop isn't like a cameo. He's one of the, like Merve mentioned, he is one of the key characters in the story. He's one of the hero's like mentors. And Snoop cannot act. Snoop has like barely rapped. There are a lot.
Not in a while.
Yeah.
It's true.
But like,
he was Snoop Lion more recently than he's rapped.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Like, I'm just gonna say, there are many rappers who also act, ironically, Tupac included. Like, you are not like wanting for options for this.
They couldn't get Kenny? Like, they couldn't get Kenny. It's not like Snoop doesn't know Kenny. He knows Kenny. They couldn't get Kung Fu Kenny for the fucking... Anyway.
Famous actor Ice-T.
Yeah, no, I was literally thinking Ice-T would have been a great choice. Method Man would have been a great choice.
I don't know if they would have been able to use Ice-T.
Common acts. Lots of people act. Anyway.
Like, there are a lot of actors who I think would have not just been like cool, but could have been really compelling, but instead we're getting the biggest shill in basically like pop media. Like, maybe the actual single biggest shill. Friend of the show, Lily Bones, actually talked to me a bit after the event, and she mentioned like she's heard Snoop's voice come out of a casino machine.
Oh God!
Like this is like, as a side quest character, I think he would be fine. Like, whatever. Yakuza has weird side quests. Yeah, like, but the idea of actually like positioning a guy who's basically been coasting for almost the entire time he's been a public figure it's genuinely kind of pathetic. And I wouldn't be as down on it if he also wasn't coming with basically this really ghastly use of a dead man.
Yeah, it was apparently Snoop's suggestion to use Tupac.
I think it's also really frustrating to me because, like, if they're trying to do, like, in the context of anti-Black racism in California specifically in this part of the trailer, or
so the game begins in the United States. Yeah, it's about a half Japanese man kind of fleeing to Japan for various reasons.
Yeah, I know that part.
So, I mean, I can't speak much because I grew up in Canada. I don't know much about the history of California racism in the 1910s, 1920s. I forget exactly when the game starts.
Right.
But yeah, that is the parallel that's drawn.
So, is Tupac's character in somebody he knows in California, or is Tupac's character going to be somebody in Japan? Okay. Because if it ends up that Tupac's character is in Japan as like an expat in this same era, and they're using Tupac's character to talk about anti-Black racism in Japan, there are Black Japanese rappers.
Yep.
There are plenty of black Japanese rappers. There are black Japanese pop musicians. Crystal K is there. The fucking what's her name? The lead singer of Queen Bee is there. Her and her sister, who is regrettably no longer a part of the band, but still, like, there are plenty of black Japanese pop musicians, rap musicians, rock musicians. Like, it's not that they don't have black people in Japan. They do. So, like, why are we using them? Like, they would be able to better speak to this issue than a fucking facsimile of Tupac would.
Like, it's just it's really frustrating to be getting into this series. Like, I played Like a Dragon last year, and then, like, right at this point where it really just seems to be, like, pulling this shit.
Yeah, like this completely tanked my interest in the game. Like, just friendship ended with Stranger from Heaven. Game with really big Kiryu is my friend now.
Except for that game is probably canceled.
What? No!
Yeah,
what happened?
Because, so Nagoshi's studio essentially ran out of money. I believe they're owned by NetEase. NetEase is refusing to fund the project going forward. So now Nagoshi's looking for funding, several million in funding to finish the game. So wide Kiryu is probably never going to be a thing.
I'm never gonna get Frigidaire Kiryu.
Frigidaire.
That dude is huge, though. The game is literally, what if Kiryu was really big? That's it.
What if Kiryu were big and killed people? Yeah.
Yes. I mean, Kiryu has killed people, but yeah.
So it's just like the Like a Dragon version of Absolute Batman?
Pretty much.
Okay, that's awesome. God damn it, now I'm even more mad.
Well, yeah, he was going to be able to use guns.
Yeah, it was a Sleeping Dogs-like. It's like they put Kiryu in Sleeping Dogs and made him big.
Like, really big.
Yeah, sorry, this, like, now
so
I'm
funny.
sad because this is an amazing idea, and it's probably never going to come to fruition. And Nagoshi's going to head back to, I don't know, hat in hand to RGG and ask them to take him back. All because he made a joke about like people eating beef bowls with cheese. Kind of
that was why reputation. What, really? That's why he left?
It's part of the reason. He made comments that are considered offensive. He talked about, like, people like gyudon guys. Anyway, that's a whole other story.
Okay, there has to be something else under
there's more to
that I'm sure. Yeah, because on its own, like, in a vacuum, that seems very, very odd.
Yeah. Well, that was Summer Game Fest. I'm gonna say let's talk about Day of the Devs and then we'll take a break. How about that? So Day of the Devs aired immediately after the Summer Game Fest showcase, and it used to be organized by Double Fine. Now Day of the Devs has been spun off as its own independent organization, still kind of like featuring people from Double Fine, but independent.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, probably for the best that it is its own independent thing, because some news we're going to discuss in a little bit. Who knows whether Double Fine will continue to be a thing. So Day of the Devs is its own nonprofit, and they showcase a lot of indie games throughout the industry. Sometimes they showcase some pretty well-known indie games, and sometimes they showcase hidden gems that you otherwise wouldn't have heard about. This year in particular, just like I'm speaking only for myself, I think there are a lot of things that were objectively interesting in some sense, but that didn't really appeal to me. The highlights were things that were already announced. Sunset Visitor's new game, Prove You're Human, which is the follow-up to 1,000 Times Resist.
Hell yes.
And this other game that's been like making the indie rounds for a while, Screenbound, which is a combination of like a 2D and a 3D game. Where you like view that you're like holding like an old Game Boy type console, and you play the 2D version of the world on that console, but you're also navigating the 3D version of that world like in first person. It looks really mind-bending and really cool.
I saw I first learned about Screenbound when I was doing a write-up in 2024, and I was just very shocked and very like kind of immediately excited by the process, and I'm very, very happy that it's coming out soon. It's really cool looking.
Yeah, I believe it is. Sorry, go ahead.
They actually added another thing in 2024. All they showed was 2024. All they showed was that you would basically have like a Mario side scroller in the Game Boy. Now you can actually switch between multiple fictional games, including like a top-down Zelda game.
Yeah, I it's almost like each of the games is its own like 2D representation of like one of the 3D planes that make up 3D space. So really like that approach. Screenbound is out September 10th, by the way. The other game that I wanted to shout out was this narrative RPG called Ithaca, where he plays an environmental lawyer.
That one looked cool. Yeah.
It gave me a little bit of Norco vibes. Although it's probably not coming out for very many years because it's currently being kickstarted. So who knows when we'll actually see it next. What other highlight? Oh, the other one last game I wanted to shout out, Dreadmore, which is a, I guess, first-person haunted fishing game.
Oh yeah.
Yes. How often? Yes. I'm not like interested in playing this. It's just like, how often do you get a game from Kyrgyzstan showing off at a showcase?
Yeah. Hell yes. Really yes.
Cool. So what were your highlights from Day of the Devs?
Tenebris Somnia, baby. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. I'm so fucking excited for that game finally coming out. Yes.
Yeah, no, that's the one. Radar. Yeah, no, it was the best show. It was one of the best shows at Day of the Devs. I think it was one of the best at the Latin American Game Show. It's just really cool. It is basically half FMV game and half like not just pixel art like exploration game, but like super duper chunky pixel art.
Yeah. As Sal said while I was watching it, I love Maniac Mansion.
Yeah.
It looks like Dead Cake meets Signalis.
It's chunkier than Signalis because it's 2D, but it does. Oh my! I played the demo because they first announced it with the demo. I want to say in like 2022 or 2023, and I played the demo and was genuinely blown away by it. It looked, because I don't think in the trailer for it, I don't think they actually showed, they only showed some of the live action, but they didn't show like the actual, how the monster looked. So when you get to that part of the demo, it is truly just like jarring, like it comes out of nowhere. It's so fucking cool. I'm really excited for that one.
All right, any other highlights people want to shout out?
Apple Crumble looks promising.
Yeah.
The game from the Detective people.
Yes.
Yeah.
I haven't played Duck Detective, but it looks really charming. And
yeah.
I'm always a very big, like, I often am a pretty big fan of, like, different weird cross-cultural interpretations of different, like, aesthetics. So this is a German studio doing, like, a British, like, Agatha Christie mystery.
Yeah.
Trying
to kill grandma.
Yes.
Which is so funny. It's like, damn, grandma? But also preemptive congratulations to When Sirens Fall Silent on your inevitable Games for Impact nomination.
Oh, don't put that evil on it.
Look, I'm just calling it like I see it. Like, I don't know, that doesn't have anything to do with the game itself. I'm sure the game itself will be fine. It does seem genuinely interesting, and it is, like it said in the trailer, it is speaking to something that games have not really touched on, and is like an interesting and important subject to talk about. But unfortunately, that's what I see. I foresee the reception to this game. I expect people to be very normal about this game. Yeah. People are going to be very super normal and good about this game. So
to the Game Awards' very limited credit, they have an explicit description of what the award is for, but they also have a policy of letting outlets nominate whatever they want. And outlets sometimes don't apparently read the description of what they're being asked to nominate for, which is how you end up with games like Despedote and Indica being under Games for Impact.
Yeah, I love Indica as somebody who genuinely loves that game. What impact did it make exactly? Like, what was the message?
I mean, the message is religious hypocrisy is bad, but I don't think that's why it was nominated.
Yeah, like, But anyway.
Yeah. But anyway, we've packed that issue to bits several times,
and we'll do it again when it comes up.
Any other highlights people want to shout out?
You've got your low light. That's
very expected low light.
I mean, should we just do it? Get into it?
Yeah, let's get it out of the way. Okay.
I like how that guy on the left did not blink the entire time. Like, that's the only thing I noticed was just like, has he blinked at all? What the fuck is happening?
Some people just have really moist eyes. They don't need to blink.
Or it could be like he's like that one guy from the X-Files who can't sleep, except he just can't blink. Imagine how scary that would be, though.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah.
Oh, God.
That's dark.
I have no opinion on this, but
look,
y'all go ahead.
I bear no ill will to Platonic as a group of developers. But I have to ask, why is anyone expecting that a Super Mario Kart palette swap, which is really what this is, featuring ukulele characters, is what people are looking for in the year 2026?
What's weird is that in some ways, like, I can kind of see, completely divorced from everything else, like, I can kind of see where they're going. Like, they want to do a Mario Kart that is more like built around fairness and less about like controlled by the randomness, and they want to have like a Mario Kart clone that is specifically trying to look different, so it's kind of an HD 2D thing. But with all that said, because apparently what my job is for this episode is just to kind of provide a little bit of empathy and then throw the rug up, like pull the rug out from under. Is that this is coming out a year after the most packed like kart racer year we've had in like 2 decades. And
yeah, like we just got a new kart racer announced in Hot Wheels Infinite Rush. Well, I guess it's more of an arcade racer, but yeah, there's like another one on the way.
But it feels like basically if you want like your kart racer to be like very crazy and bombastic, you could go for something like Sonic Cross Worlds or Kirby Air Ride. If you want it to be very like bouncy and like very visually nice, you got your Mario Kart World. And if you
got Bloodborne Kart Racer on Steam.
Yeah. And if somehow you have a bit of extra money, you could buy Garfield Kart 2.
Oh my god!
Like, oh yeah, I think that exists.
It feels like
bring back the Heathcliff kart racers. They made 2 of them, right? Make a 3rd.
Ooh, I did not know that. That's awesome. Do you like race on a sandwich and then eat it?
I don't know. It's called the Heathcliff, the Fast and the Furious. And I think there's another one.
Wow.
But like it feels like the idea of it's a kart racer based on an indie game that wasn't super great and by a developer that like so far has only really made sequels and a sequel and a remaster. And it's using a kind of strange art style that isn't really conducive to like immediate like fun of kart racers, but then it's trying to be a more tactical version. But like, I mean, I understand why there are people who don't like the non-tactical or the maybe random elements of something like a Mario Kart, but like that is part of what you're there for. Like trying to add fighting game complexity, and they explicitly have said they're looking to fighting games as their inspiration.
Then why not make a fighting game?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like, why not have Yuka fight Laylee, and they could both fight each other to death, and we'll be free of those characters.
Anyway,
Sorry, that was
just,
dark.
Well, I mean, I kind of see what you're getting at, though, because like it's not like
those characters
anybody.
suck.
Well, yeah, it's not like anybody is. Why to use ukulele at all? Why not just make it a new IP? It's not like people are particularly enamored with these two characters anyway.
These knockoff Banjo-Kazooies.
Yeah, like the only thing they probably remember is like the failed Kickstarter.
The wildly successful Kickstarter to which I supported, which is why
I supported it too, and then I didn't because I no longer had a Wii U. I wasn't able to claim my copy, and that ended up being for the best.
By the way, correction, there was only one Heathcliff kart racer. It was the Fast and the Furious. The other three Heathcliff video games are not kart racers.
Oh, okay.
Are they immersive?
One of them's a spelling game. Heathcliff Fun with Spelling. Published by Datasoft for Atari 8-bit computers and Commodore 64 in 1984.
If they made a Heathcliff game and they put the fucking meat tank in it, I might check it out.
I think the meat tank is post 2010, which is when Fast and Furious came out. So, like, you
couldn't pilot the meat tank? Could you drive the meat tank? Was the meat tank a vehicle?
Not back then, because the meat tank, I believe, was post 2010 when this game came out.
But children love the meat tank.
No, so you make a new Heathcliff kart racer where you're allowed to drive the meat tank, and you would sell 1 million copies to the already poisoned internet millennials who love Heathcliff.
I love Heathcliff. It has no like those comics have no punchline. It's bizarre.
They're incredible. Sorry, what were you saying?
This is actually Quinley. You mentioned like how like why not make new characters? And what's weird is that so I actually saw, not like in person, but I saw on YouTube a like maybe a lecture or a talk by, I believe it was Gavin Price. He's one of the old guard who was one of the founders of Playtonic, and he specifically said, we want to make characters and then like spin those characters off, and we want to make new IPs and then have those IPs cross over and make a shared like Playtonic universe. And dude, you literally have like a perfect venue for this. Why? Like, why?
Yeah, like it doesn't make any sense, especially because like ukulele, like they've barely done anything with that property. Like it'd be one thing if they had maybe like made a sequel or like another ukulele spin-off game, like to kind of like if they had proven its longevity as an IP in some way, but they haven't done that. So it
2D platformer.
Oh, see, I didn't even know that existed.
It was ukulele and
Lair. Apparently quite good.
Apparently better than ukulele.
Yeah, ukulele was kind of ass. Sorry, it was kind of ass. So like, I know they want to like build up their IP. They want to like, I know that these are people who are very focused on like modernizing retro gaming. I just don't know that this is the way to do it. I don't know that anyone's clamoring for a sequel to or like a spiritual successor to Super Mario Kart, which was as much a product of its time as much as it was a product of the technology that was available at the time. And you can see kart racing immediately become much more three-dimensional, much more with much more incorporation of verticality the second you go to Mario Kart 64.
Yeah.
And then beyond that.
I'd also just say that like trying to be this very aggressively retro, and this isn't just ukulele, this is also Studio MDHR presenting I guess it's a demake of Cuphead that can be played on Sega Master System.
Yeah, like what?
Like I just finished Mina the Hollower, which is a game that like looks very retro and acts very retro, but it is an aggressively modern game. That is a 2026 ass game that just kind of wears the skin of a retro look. And I think these games don't match that. At least their advertising doesn't seem to match that.
Yeah, it's it just seems like they're obsessed with the design, not just the aesthetics and the feelings that those games generated way back then, but also the design sensibility. And they don't seem to want to take in anything about how design sensibility has evolved in the past 30 years. And when they go back to try to recreate the design sensibility like they did with ukulele, they don't even do a great job of it. Like like ukulele is a worse game than Banjo-Kazooie or Donkey Kong 64. It's just like the level design is worse. The sight lines make no sense. The level layouts are complete nonsense. Like I don't trust this game. I don't trust this group of developers to even accurately represent retro design sensibility. Um, so like this is as much a lowlight because I'm disinterested in the concept as it is because I don't trust these developers to make good on that concept. So yeah, that was unfortunate, but that was Day of the Devs.
I had one more low light.
One more low light? Let's hear it, and then we'll take a break.
Lazy River looked dumb. Like, it just looked like they're trying to capitalize on the friend slop thing. Also, I really hate how the developer went through the trouble to explain why you should not pee in the river because the river has special water that, quote, makes the pee go back into you. Like, why the fuck did he say that shit? Why the fuck did he say it like that? Also, Slap Out of It looks stupid. Like, it looks like it feels so aggressively market tested, like it's a Suits idea of a quirky indie game with a gimmick.
It looks like jazz punk with the edges sanded down.
Yeah, like, I don't...
But it has Ben Starr in it, so you know it's a video game.
Yeah, that...
for general...
who's this for?
Actually, on the note of Ben Starr, I would like to also just make a general show-wide lowlight to the celebrities. We mentioned Snoop before. I watched the IGN show, which was 6 hours long and had...
Ooh.
And have all featured the stylings of one Troy Baker.
Who was also the host of the Future Games show.
I
hated when Matt Mercer shows up. I'm sure he's a perfectly nice person and he's a good voice actor, but also just guy I'm annoyed to see.
I would rather see Matt Mercer over Troy Baker because Matt Mercer is a delightful human being, and Troy Baker is a sourpuss.
Yes, he's an asshole.
I'm going to say this. This is I mentioned this to someone a time ago. This is another hot take: is that Matt Mercer is the good version of James Franco.
Ooh,
like he's got that.
I don't know if you were intending that to be mean, but that's really mean.
It's very mean. It's probably more mean than he deserves. But like basically he's very much kind of this, I'm gonna be here, I'm gonna do everything, I wanna be in all my favorite games and play all my favorite characters, which is how he's inexplicably played Ganondorf twice.
He also played, who's the bald guy in Baldur's Gate 3 that was in the first two or whatever? What's that guy with the Minx with a hamster.
Minx. Yeah.
Like he's not
Belarus.
Like he's talented. Sure. He's a talented actor. He's not what I would ever call like an indispensable actor. He's not someone who like...
Yeah, but the industry seems to treat him like one, right?
Yeah,
like, and I see this happening to Ben Starr, like, in real time. Like, I haven't even seen Ben Starr as often, and I'm already like, I've had enough of this dude. Show me another dude. Like, Gianni Matra... I can't pronounce his last name. Matranga, I think. Like,
Jonah Matranga?
Yeah, Gianni, the guy that I posted that video of him being Joshua from fucking Fallout New Vegas talking about Subway.
Oh, no. I'm thinking about a different guy. Jonah Matranga's a musician. Never mind.
Oh, okay. No, it's Gianni something. He's an Ultra Kill. He's as Gabriel. He's really great. But also, was ProZD busy?
Yeah, like
ProZD also exists. Like, come on, people.
I mean, you say that, and like this is a monkey's paw situation. ProZD gets more famous, they're eventually going to tire of him too.
I don't know.
That is also
he's been around a while. I've never gotten tired of him. So,
but yeah, it's just the nature of the voice acting profession being that like some people are literally in everything. Like whether it's Rob Paulson in any cartoon.
I miss
from, like,
Rob Paulson, though.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
miss Rob Paulson. I'm going to be sad when he's gone, because he's getting
Yes,
old. Tress
absolutely.
McNeil, too. Also,
Yes,
Simpsons is going to be in a bind when she passes. Like, they're
Yes.
going to be in a
Simpsons-
real bind.
Exactly. But yeah,
just
but
end the show.
What?
Sorry. I said they could just end the show.
yeah.
I mean,
But
man,
I
God, I
think
hope
they
so.
were. I feel like it's almost as likely to just have a full AI cast of the main 6 or 7.
Same thing when Phil
That's-
Lamar passes. They're like, oh shit, who's going to play all of our black characters now?
yeah.
Yeah, actually,
I was going to say that is kind of the dark future, is that the Simpsons will pass on or be physically or finally unwilling to do their job, just as someone at Disney decides, you know what, now is the time for 26 episodes a year of AI generated slop.
Oh my god.
On a brighter note,
AI.
On a brighter note.
Yeah, that is a. Yeah, now we need to take a break because we've all bummed ourselves out.
No,
Yeah.
actually, I do have one.
Oh wait.
Oh, good.
And it's technically not a high point or a low point because I haven't actually seen the show because I do not own Paramount Plus. But I would like to just point out that Quinley, you mentioned Phil Lamar. Phil Lamar is in a new Among Us TV show, which I'm only mentioning because A, it was shown at Summer Games Fest, and B, it is created by Owen Dennis, the creator of the lamentably destroyed and incredibly excellent Cartoon Network miniseries Infinity Train.
Oh, okay. Neat.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's the only thing I think any of us have to say about that show.
Yeah, I'm not fucking watching an Among Us cartoon.
Yeah.
I had a few fun hours with that game back in COVID lockdown, and I'm glad I had them, but I haven't really touched that game in like 3 years. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we get back, we'll talk about the Xbox Showcase, the PC Gaming Show, and the Nintendo Direct. Stay tuned, everyone. Welcome back to the Avocado Games Cast, the only gaming podcast where you'll hear mention of the Shuttered Burrito Street McDonald's. So we've just gone over PlayStation State of Play, Summer Game Fest, Day of the Devs. We're now hopping forward in our time machine to June 7th when the Xbox showcase aired. And I'm going to kind of divide this into like two things. There's a showcase itself, which we're going to talk about, and there's some of the stuff that happened in the news after the showcase, which let's say is a little more controversial than the showcase itself. But let's start with the Xbox showcase. Quite a few things shown off. Opened up with Gears of War E-Day, the new prequel in the Gears of War franchise. Showed off games like Clockwork Revolution, DLC for Doom: The Dark Ages. Showed off more Fable, and had a few interesting announcements like Bad Magpie and Magician's the Devil's Deal. So wide variety of things shown off. My highlights were Bad Magpie and Magician's the Devil's Deal. Bad Magpie being, I guess, a kind of spiritual successor to Untitled Goose Game. Magician's the Devil's Deal being kind of, I guess, urban fantasy magic shooter. I don't know, it looked pretty cool. Also, a couple highlights. The new Spyro game that was announced, A Realm Beyond, looked pretty cool. And I really got excited for Vivarium, which is this almost Studio Ghibli animated style life/farming sim. What did you guys find interesting?
Literally everything after Call of Duty. I fucking love this one, actually. Like, it was just bangers for me. Like, getting back to, like, if you're not playing stuff, but I mean, I get it, but if you like, I mean, Gears of War, Halo, that Clockwork Revolution game, like you mentioned, it just is like everything I wanted to see all in one place. So, um, seeing the return of a lot of classics was nice too, with the Halo campaign involved stuff.
Yeah, Campaign Evolved is interesting for me because I don't know if I need a remake of Halo 1. But it seems like they're doing an okay job of it.
It just feels weird to just not have the Master Chief Collection being ported, like it's
everywhere.
Like it just feels so weird to me. Like, yeah, but that's I'm gonna hold off on the highlights. I found this an extremely boring show.
All right, I'll do the same when we get to Nintendo then.
In any case, sorry, go ahead.
I'll just add that yeah, I'm pleased to see Toys for Bob sort of getting by as sort of a newly free from Microsoft Toys for Bob with the Spyro game. It's nice to see that like there is sort of life after independence for some of these studios which were like acquired and then broke off even after like devastating layoffs. So I'm pleased to see that they're on.
There isn't a state action.
Yeah, there's life after death.
Yeah. Any other highlights people wanted to hit?
I didn't really have anything for this show. It was meh.
I actually
Persona
did
6 teaser. Yay, I guess.
I did
that'd
like
be a low light for me, but we can get into that later.
I like that the Persona 6 logo looks like the 70s DC Comics bullet. That was my highlight of the show.
It does kind of. I hope they fix that boy's hair. I don't know if you've seen the leaks to the protagonist. That bowl cut is indefensible. It's so bad.
Speaking of DC, he's very Guy Gardner-esque in that hair.
Yes! Oh my god.
Yeah. I don't know. For me, it was like a lot of stuff that I'm not really necessarily personally interested in, but I thought the show moved at a quick enough clip that I wasn't like. There's nothing that it really lingered on where I was like, okay, why are we talking about this? Except for at the very end, I think I have nothing against showing off Call of Duty footage, but they usually show off like single player set pieces, something that looks kind of visually arresting at least. This showcase of the DMZ mode just does not demo very well.
Yeah, it's hard to show. DMZ is like a moment to moment type thing. It doesn't show well.
Yeah, and they tried to do that by kind of like cutting from like spot to spot.
Perspectives, yeah.
Yeah, I just wish they'd showed just there's no reason to show this showcase. Just show the campaign. That's what people are there for, the showcase. And then you can talk about the multiplayer and other stuff elsewhere, where it'll pop when the audience that's tuning in for it will be excited. So yeah. Okay, the other lowlight I'll just get right out of the way. Again, finding out about Gen AI usage after the showcase, Crazy Taxi World Tour. Real sad that Sega's doing this. We were hoping for, like, everyone was excited for Crazy Taxi to come back, but now it's coming back with Gen AI, and people are not happy about that, and justifiably so. Okay, I will mention it's not really a highlight or a low light, but Persona 6 teaser, that was nothing, right?
I mean, to be fair, it's a teaser. It's not a trailer. Like, we all know what the Persona 5 teaser looked like. It was about the same length, and it didn't really show anything either.
Yeah, but that wasn't good either. That was also a bad thing.
This is how they tease the games now. Like, it's whatever. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe weren't necessarily even supposed to see that teaser necessarily, and then the leaks maybe they kind of like, okay, fine, here. I don't know. I don't know if that's how it actually works. So.
It leaked so close to the showcase. I'm guessing it was always going to be part of the showcase. Atlas has always kind of marched to the beat of their own drum. And when it comes to marketing, they try to play things very, very close to the vest. And sometimes that works. And sometimes with something like Persona 6, it's like, I know as a gamer, I'm not owed any information about anything until a game is actually in my hands. I get that. At the same time, though, like, this is a fan base that has been expecting a new game for going on a decade now. To not have...
They do have a new game. They have Persona 5X, the free-to-play I couldn't even finish that sentence. Sorry.
I mean, it was originally a Chinese exclusive, and then they brought it globally. Yeah, and then they've done all the spin-offs, like all the Persona 5 spin-offs. I played one of them, Strikers, which was okay. It's not like they don't do anything. It's just people have been waiting for Persona 6 for a very long time. And if it takes a decade to come up with a new concept, and that new concept is different school, different haircut, understandably, people are going to get a little bit miffed. Like, oh, this took you a decade to come up with the new thing.
Something I did see from the leaks, I don't know if it's actually confirmed, but it does maybe look like they might have a female protagonist. Maybe?
The leaks. So leakers have been very coy about this, and I don't know. Like, if you're a leaker, I don't know why you'd be coy unless you're trying to protect your source's identity. But you've already leaked so much information, I don't know how you could be protecting your source's identity. Seem to be indicating that there isn't really a female protagonist, but that there's an important female character, like more of a deuteragonist this time. I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
They seem to be very like... They seem to be playing coy with this, and I don't know why. Maybe it is something really cool, but
I guess something I did notice from, and I didn't see all of the leaks, but in the leaks that I did see, I noticed there's no mascot, and it does make me wonder if, because one of the other theories I heard was that this was going to be something of a, not necessarily a direct sequel, but a continuation of Persona 3, which might explain the Persona 3 Reload, like they want to keep it fresh in people's minds for Persona 6, if they are going to be leading from Persona 3 to this new story set, kind of in the Persona 3 vein, like where there's going to be like a secret organization and like doing some spy shit or whatever. I don't know if, and I just noticed that Persona 3 didn't have a mascot. That's something that Persona 4 started. So that's interesting to me, maybe, but the teaser didn't indicate that. So I do like that the teaser is kind of spooky. That's cool.
Horror themed, which we all know will probably make its way into the final game, and this is not at all like a bait and switch. But
I mean, there's a decent horror aesthetic in those games.
Yeah. Were you expecting a folding chair with a bowling ball attached to it to be in Persona 5, Merve?
Well, at least they're not invoking the concept of slaves anymore. That was maybe a little much.
Yeah, that was bad. That was good.
So the other interesting thing about this is, sorry, Dave, go ahead.
Dave had
I was
something.
going to say, yeah, if you go back to like when Persona 5 was revealed, like really at the end of the day, their previews amounted to just like really, really going into a weird amount of depth on like the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, because they didn't like. It seemed like they didn't want to talk about anything that happens later. I remember there were like screenshot restrictions and very like intense streaming restrictions on the game. Like everything about it was about playing things as close to the vest as possible.
Yeah, I mean, and granted, like the first sort of the first story arc in Persona 5, it's pretty sensitive material. Like it's intense stuff. So you could see why they wouldn't want that they want people to sort of experience it in the context of the story rather than hearing like, oh, the first thing it's about, a teacher sexually harassing a student or sexually assaulting a student. You wouldn't want that out in the media before the game has come out, before people had a chance to see how it's dealt with.
Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah. It seems so. It does make sense they do play things close to the vest. It's just I think they will at some point need. I mean, they obviously will say more in the future. It's just given their marketing history, like some of the backlash to this, I think is understandable, and people have been waiting this long to hear more. Sorry, Wolfman, what were you saying?
No, I was just going to mention I have that my low light is kind of connected to the second part of this discussion, so I just wanted to mention that in advance.
Yeah. Before we get into that, though, I think one thing that's really interesting now is to see Sega and Atlas kind of shift to like away from PlayStation as a marketing partner to Microsoft. It's a little bizarre to see like both Persona 4 Revival and Persona 6 show up here.
I mean, Metaphor got revealed in their Xbox showcase, so yeah.
Yeah. So it's it used to be even when these games were cross-platform that PlayStation would nab up these marketing partnerships. It just doesn't seem like PlayStation thinks
it doesn't think
Japanese games are.
So
like
I think it goes back to what we were talking about before, where PlayStation's the single player market, right? So I think they see it maybe more as competition, where Sony doesn't want to advertise stuff like that you can get on other platforms. They want the exclusives, and they want to be seen as like the home for single player games, because that's really all they got. So I think that's why they want to do that.
I mean, Persona is a famously single-player game, though, and it's one that
what I'm saying is
largely
they don't want to advertise that because they want it to be. They want the attention on the Sony single-player game because that's the only experience.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think they did advertise stuff like Rayman and Kimuri and things like that.
Control Resonance got a big thing out there.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just it seems like there's a certain type of like niche game, like anything vaguely anime, they don't want to talk about anymore.
Absolutely.
With the exception of but that you have like Ikumi Nakamoto's popularity to sell it on, right?
I think the reason part of it is because of that, because Sony's brand is very focused on the photorealistic graphics, but I also think a lot of it is that they know that most of the people who are buying Persona and Metaphor are buying it on PlayStation. Even if they see it on the Xbox show, they're probably going to buy it on PlayStation. They don't necessarily need to care as much. So and I think that's not a part of it that's not a non-existent part.
No, yeah, I do also have to wonder if this is like a leftover thing from the CEO that they recently ousted as well. If this is like, if how he was running Sony and the PlayStation, I guess, division or whatever at the time, if that had we're just now seeing the effects that this had on their Japanese partnerships because he was just basically not paying attention to that market at all because he didn't deem it important and was prioritizing the global market instead.
Was Jinran ousted, or I mean, he
No,
left
he
of his
wasn't.
own. He left of his
Yeah.
own accord, right?
I think people were just happy to see him leave, is what it is.
Yeah.
They certainly reported it like he was being like kicked out.
Really? I don't recall.
Yeah,
that.
at least the I don't know, the couple places that I saw, I didn't know if he was ousted or if he just left of his own accord or.
'Cause there was Herman Hulst kind of getting demoted recently. That was
Yeah.
Um,
I think it was
but
maybe it was the reporting I was seeing in the aftermath of him leaving, like the stuff that was coming out as far as like how he had been steering the ship.
Yeah, it's very different. A very different time from Andrew House being like fluent in Japanese, and and like going and speaking to Japanese creators. Very different, sort of corporate feel. So yeah, it's interesting that Microsoft nabbed that for their partnership. But for the most part, what they were showing off was a lot of their like first party stuff. So like State of Decay 2, Clockwork Revolution, a new Senua game. I'm a little confused here. I'm
It's
surprised a new Senua game is coming.
yeah, it's pretty soon after, but I think a lot of it is that basically, look, I think I've made over the past several, however many years I've been on this, pretty clear. I'm not a general fan of Xbox. I'm certainly not a fan of it by the time I started boycotting them for their actively genocidal behavior. I think this really is the fact that they saw Ninja Theory making a game that kind of was an indie game that could kind of compete on the scale or on the scale of like a God of War clone. And then they basically paid them to make a game that was kind of like that, but then again didn't really turn out that way. And I think the goal is now to basically like to essentially turn Senua, come hell or high water, into a God of War competitor. And I think that's really the actual goal. And yeah, I think that's where it's at. And maybe that will lead to a good game, but I feel like that's kind of the natural conclusion of why they were bought in the first place.
Well, okay, so that's why Ninja Theory was bought, but after the second Hellblade game flopped,
Yes.
it's weird to see them invest in a third.
Oh no, yeah.
And there might be good reasons for that. Maybe they think there's a really good pitch for the third. Maybe they thought the second failed for circumstances out of Ninja Theory's control, and that they can change those circumstances this time around. There's a lot of internal politics that we're not privy to. But it just seemed odd that this game was being announced. But speaking of threequels that are reappearing, State of Decay 3 finally reappeared after radio silence. I know there was a lot of internal turmoil at Undied Labs. And what they showed off seemed like it looked pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like it was pretty further along, I think, than most people thought. It looks really good.
I mean, they still don't have a firm release date for it, which is
No, but yeah, I mean, the actual the look to it. I think they were still thinking it was going to be like just a trailer, and that was that. I think we got a little bit more than I expected, at least.
Yeah. So yeah, it seems like there's always going to be like internal development troubles, and studios will have their own politics. Microsoft, more than I think most publishers, has kind of been both a cause and a victim of that.
Some of that could be, that famously, corporate Japan is a little more keep it in house, I think, when certain things do happen.
Yeah, they tend to be a lot more tight-lipped. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of internal politics at Nintendo that don't get reported in the news. Famously, when stuff started leaking out about Konami, it was quite a big deal because that kind of stuff typically doesn't leak out. And we're only hearing about stuff about Sega now, like 25 years after the fact. So they're a lot more tight-lipped.
Wasn't there that Game Freak leak for the Pokemon games, like before they fully revealed Wind and Waves, that was like airing out a bunch of dirty laundry happening there too?
That would be the Terra leak, as it's called, or the Pokemon leak.
Also, talking about the internal politics and shit, it's messy in there.
I grabbed we'll have in the link dump an article about kind of the abusive culture in the State of Decay studio.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really messy situation. And so, just cards on the table. That was a studio that was run by Jeff Strain, who left the studio and then went on to found Possibility Space, which I believe last year collapsed in pretty dramatic fashion. And it seemed at the time that Jeff Strain had kind of wasn't really the full cause of what went wrong at Undead Labs, but now in light of stuff that came out of a possibility space, it seems like maybe Jeff Strain just is not a very good manager. And it's yes, it's a complicated situation. Yes, there are many players, but yeah, when you have two studios have such dramatic problems under your leadership, yeah, kind of points to problems with the leadership. So yeah, that's kind of like the overview of the Xbox showcase. Did anyone else have other thoughts they wanted to share on it? Any other highlights or lowlights?
On mine.
Yeah, go ahead.
So in general, like I said, I found I didn't really care that much about the show. There weren't that many things that I was excited by. But I would say there also weren't many things that I was like actively repulsed by, beyond kind of like the general like kind of shooter unpleasantness I feel from stuff like Call of Duty. The real low light I had though was just this weird posturing by Xbox, like trying to kill a Gears of War port that like clearly existed and was clearly like planned to be shown off even at State of Play.
Can
Like-
we put a pin on that and get back and get to when we get to like the second half, like
Okay,
stuff
because
that happened after the showcase? Because that is that I do want to talk about that. That is
Well,
Yeah.
my thing was I think that that's a helpful lead into that though. But
Well,
okay.
all right. So maybe then what I'll just say is one thing I was disappointed. One thing I was hoping to get for the Xbox showcase that I didn't was an update on the Outer Worlds 2 DLC that I've already paid for.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, they promised 2 story-based, DLCs like the first game got. So, but it's been radio silence since the game's release about when that's going to come out, or even if there's anyone actively working on it. So yeah, because it sounds like Obsidian were put in the penalty box after both Avowed and Outer Worlds 2 did perfectly fine, but
Didn't like set the world on fire.
Yeah, underperformed.
Yeah.
They weren't like the new, they weren't new Fallouts sales wise.
That got DLC.
Oh yeah, Fallout 76 Infestation.
Whee!
I don't know what that is, but it's happening. Any other thoughts? I have one more, and then I think we'll launch into all the news that came out after the Xbox showcase. Which, does anyone else have thoughts?
Nah.
My last thought is I thought Castlevania Belmont's Curse actually looked pretty cool.
Yeah,
I wasn't expecting a new Castlevania game to look cool, but here we are. So Wolfman already mentioned this, but let's get into stuff that came out after the showcase. So now it seems like Xbox is pivoting somewhat back towards exclusivity, but in a really confusing way. And kind of the okay, so there are 2 sets of problems with Xbox. One is the parent company being involved in a lot of deeply unethical things, to put it mildly, and also expecting just grossly unrealistic margins from the Xbox division, to the point that they keep flailing around doing stupid things trying to reach a margin that they can't physically reach. But the Xbox also has its own problems, especially with its marketing team and its messaging. And like even after a showcase, however successful you think this showcase was, um, even after a showcase that say I think might have been was pretty successful, they have to go put their foot in their mouth immediately afterwards and just throw out any goodwill by with a combination of confusing messaging and then like really damaging news reporting. So like the really like bad communication over this has been over exclusivity. It seems like they want to kind of quasi pivot back to exclusivity. So they announced that Clockwork Revolution and Gears of War E-Day are going to be Xbox exclusives and also I guess have PC versions. So going back to where they were in the Xbox One era. Here's the problem. They already had promotional materials for Gears of War E-Day on PlayStation out there. They had already promised a PlayStation version to commercial partners, and reporting has now come out that it originally Gears of War E-Day, part of that was promised for the PlayStation State of Play, and then they pulled it back at the last minute. And also, the studio themselves, the coalition, didn't know about this. Like, continued to work on the PlayStation version, even after it already been decided at the higher echelons of Xbox that it was going to be an Xbox exclusive. And
Well,
like,
I do think some of this is in reaction to Sony pulling out of the PC market as well. I think I
I mean that's
mean-
fair, but like again, it's on Microsoft to communicate this
right, yeah, 100%.
properly.
But like I think that this was probably Sony was what last month, and I think this was probably in reaction to that because I think Microsoft doesn't care if you play on an Xbox or a Windows, but that was when Sony was also getting things to PC. If they're going to stop getting it to PC, I feel like now they're going to start caring a little bit more.
I think with this, before I say anything else, I just want to mention like Sony or Microsoft basically has gone through what I would say are 3 points of no return, which is Microsoft decided to completely shift itself into a subscription economy with Game Pass. B, Microsoft, to support Game Pass, bought one of the biggest companies, one of the biggest game publishers in the world. And then 3, Microsoft bought an even larger game company. Doing this basically has kind of shifted the axis of what it can be as a company because it can't really be the third console pillar because it now owns a bunch of things whose economies are dependent on being on multiple platforms. It can't really be a subscription economy when the economics behind the subscription economy are clearly not really working. And so
I don't think that's actually true though, because the subscription service is what's keeping Xbox afloat right now. Like part of why they're operating at 3% margin right now, as opposed to negative margin, is because Game Pass is making them money. Like, here's the thing: it seems like people have wanted Game Pass to be a commercial failure. Like, regardless of what you think of the ethics of Game Pass, and I have a lot of problems with the ethics of Game Pass. Like, it seems like people have wanted to be more of a failure more than it actually is. And like where they're really losing out is just like not making sales overall for non-Game Pass subscribers.
Right. Those first party games that cost a ton of money that if you're
That
not
just
going to
don't
get it through
sell
Game
enough.
Pass. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And like, yeah, you're making out some of that through Game Pass subscriptions, but they're just not selling enough copies of those to non-Game Pass subscribers.
Yeah, but the problem is then that literally the greatest field of non-Game Pass subscribers are people on the much more successful platform that doesn't have Game Pass.
Yeah.
Like
they just haven't sold enough Xbox consoles.
Yeah, but
Like,
there's
that is
also
the problem.
PC. But PC, I think, is the other part of it that holds it up, right? So if you're buying a gaming PC, you're getting Windows on it, right? I mean,
Yeah, but
unless you're one of those
that doesn't
weirdos
hold up
who's
the
running
Xbox
Linux.
business.
Yeah, right. But the parent company, I think, has been okay with that since then. But if they spin it off, that's when I think it starts to become more of an issue.
Demonstrably not okay with that. That's why they keep asking for a higher margin. Like if they're willing to say like, okay, we're Windows revenue supporting the Xbox business, then they wouldn't care that Xbox is operating at 3% accountability margin. Um, like,
I I have a thing, like, I don't have an Xbox, so, like, I don't go here, but I do know that I think maybe part of why Microsoft has been just riding Xbox's ass about this is because Microsoft, the parent company, is still trying to pivot to AI and Copilot shit. Like they're still trying to make that work. And I don't know if you've seen like a lot of the reports that have come out about AI and how much it costs to maintain right now. But if they're determined to stay on this AI train, they're going to need a lot more fucking money
Yeah.
to be able to maintain all of that infrastructure. And I think that's
absolutely.
and I think right now with what you've mentioned about like Xbox is making money and Game Pass is making money, but it's not making the parent company enough money. And I think I get the impression that Xbox is seen by the parent company as something that they don't actually want to have to deal with. I think they're seeing
absolutely.
it as something that they're just kind of have to have as opposed to something they actually care about. So they've been riding their ass a lot more on getting Xbox to be profitable so it can fund this other thing that nobody fucking wants.
Just to put things in perspective, 3% profit margin is still a profit margin. It's low even by gaming standards, which you want to be around at least like 8, 9, 10%.
I understand that I understand that it's a profit margin, but like literally this kind of money that you need to maintain this AI infrastructure is like it's unsustainable. Yeah, it's unsustainable. Like patently unsustainable.
So there are other portions of Microsoft's business that operate at like 40% profit margin. And then you have this huge money sink that is AI, but that is growing massively in terms of revenue for Microsoft. Margin is probably in the toilet, but the revenue growth is through the roof. So what they're thinking is if they can get costs down in AI, then all of a sudden they'll be making huge margins there too, because the growth potential there is huge. And they also have other lines of business, old stalwarts, that are giving them 30, 40% profit margin. Now you have this thing that's this like albatross that's operating on single digit profit margin. And again, yes, single digit profit margin is still profit, but the opportunity cost for continuing to operate that thing is massively high compared to just pouring those resources into lines of business that make them a lot more margin. And that's pretty much the story of what like every decision Xbox has made over the past like decade and change is Xbox is just not physically able to be as profitable as like enterprise software. It's just never going to happen. That is not how the games industry works or has ever worked.
Yeah, because like they have these other products that everybody not only uses but has used like since the company's inception. So like it's something that is integrated into everyday life, and like not everybody has a fucking Xbox. Not everybody wants a fucking Xbox.
Not a lot of people can't get them because because they're increasingly just phased out of brick and mortar stores.
Yeah, like nobody needs an Xbox for work. I have to use Teams every single goddamn day.
I'm stuck with Outlook while I'm at work.
Yeah, Outlook, it's a whole fucking suite. Just whatever. Anyway.
But what I mean though with to bring it back to what I had talked about, the posturing is that the Phil Spencer era of Xbox was very heavily built around this idea of we're going to be gamer first, we're going to be hardcore first, and so he did a lot of things, some of which were very good and some of which were very beneficial, like pushing for backwards compatibility to a degree that probably influenced Sony's interest in backwards compatibility, trying to help push for crossplay with Nintendo in a way that would later get Sony to become more comfortable with crossplay as well. But he also did a lot of stuff that was very much presented as a gamer first, as an Xbox fan first. aesthetically and in action. And I think a lot of those didn't make Xboxes sell more. They made people like him. They didn't make Xboxes sell more. And a lot of the kind of higher margin like goals and schemes he had were often made for the purpose of like trying to get more Xboxes sold, trying to get more people to buy into Game Pass, but they were always trying to be pushed as this like Microsoft culture, this Xbox culture, and to a degree where he and the other executives of his time actively courted like really weird loudmouth Xbox fans, like people an executive should not be talking to, like people who are just really weird and creepy about their Xbox fandom. Now,
I mean, I think that's even worse now, considering
yeah,
who Shadow's
yes,
piling
oh
around
yeah,
with on Twitter.
I'm getting into that. Yeah. Now we have Asha Sharma as Spencer's successor, and she is also doing the exact same thing. She's talking to really weird, really plugged in Xbox fans who, like, you really shouldn't be talking to in your position. Like, you just shouldn't. And a lot of her early actions have been in the same vein of, I'm going to do something for the hardcore fans. Like, we're not going to show other people's consoles at our directs. We're going to have Xbox be all capitalized. We're going to take out this, like, we're going to, at the last minute, take out this, like, PS5 port of the Gears game. Like, these are actions that are on their like fundamentally more for the people who are your hardcore fans, the people who already own Xboxes than anyone else. And like, I don't think Sony's losing much sleep over the fact that Microsoft screwed them over out of a port of a game, like at the last
apparently
minute.
they are. Apparently they're really pissed.
But like, that's the thing though, like no matter what, so Microsoft has to work with Sony, like because they can say we're going to bring back exclusives, but if you look at it, all of their live services pretty much have to be cross-platform and are going to be cross-platform. So you're working with Sony anyway. B, you've clearly got a lot of games that still fit the mold of single player that are going to multiple platforms. Spyro, there's a new Spyro. That's pretty exciting.
I mean, this brings us back to the problem
Yeah.
of messaging, is that it's not clear why certain games are selected for exclusivity. If like you still got Spyro not exclusive, it's not just that your live services are cross-platform, right?
Yeah.
So it all goes back to a problem of communication, right? We don't know, like these decisions are made too hastily, and they're not made in a consistent way. If people don't know, if like your audience doesn't know what your policy is, like how can, like why are they going to buy into the platform? And again, it goes back to like you can have the best showcase in the world, you can have all the greatest games, but like I'm not going to do Microsoft's job of marketing for them. Like that is up to, I can say these games look interesting, but it is not my job to come up with their like marketing strategy. And I can tell them that they're screwing it up, but if Asha Sharma is not listening to me and is instead listening to like Aspen Goldfan 69 on Twitter.
Oh, I think she's listening to like maybe ChatGPT.
Like,
yeah.
At that point, like, what do you even do? I'm not going to fight Microsoft's battles for them. I will continue to say, hey, that game looks cool. But again, if they continue to like fuck up their marketing, like how can I, like, I think a lot of these studios are doing good work, but I don't think they can do good work under this corporate environment. Like, that's what it boils down to.
And also we know this because even further because in the days after SGF, a report came out that was, I guess, partially made by, I don't know his name. He's like a weird like online celebrity analyst who they got in, which is that itself
Matthew
is like
Ball?
which like that itself is kind of doing the same like pitching to the hardcore fans, right? Like that's the same like we're going to get a name guy to help
he's
us.
our chief strategy officer now.
Which is but
so I've heard it's hard to dig up the social media posts on this, but I've heard other analysts in the field, other well-known analysts like Matt Piscatella, Daniel Ahmad, Reese Elliott, not speak terribly highly of Matthew Ball. But
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that. Yeah, so he's in the field now, and he works for Microsoft now, and he's made a bunch of comments. He put his foot in his mouth as well. Wolfman, you're saying about him. I forget the entire story. Do you want to?
Sure. Basically, so a few days afterwards, a memo goes out from Sharma and Matt Booty, who some of you may remember as the guy who justified killing Tango Gameworks because they had to focus on high impact games. Came out with like analysis from Bald, where basically it's very stark. They talk about the problems of how they have this 3% profit margin. They talk about how they've overextended themselves. They talk about how there's so many of these different issues, and it's very stark. And I think a lot of it's very honest. But then it goes with, it's the next 100 days, and we're going to have to do some very serious things, and we're not going to be the fastest. We're going to choose the best. I would also note that a lot of this is all very similar to statements that Microsoft gave in the Spencer years, which is also an era where Booty was one of their main executives. But what that, like, there are implications of what that might mean, but in all likelihood, what we're seeing and what other analysts have suggested, there's actually a very nice one from IGN that I'll try to link to as well, where we're going to expect a lot of layoffs, probably some studio closures, and a lot of the smaller studios are going to be the ones most at risk. And that's unsurprising. It's sad, but it's also unsurprising, and it's like, this is still the exact same thing that was going on, right? Like, the same statements of, we've consumed too much, we've grown too far without the ability to sustain, now we need to cut and focus on what's core and important. But this literally happened 2 years ago. Like, the same thing happened 2 years ago. It's absurd. And this is kind of what gets me back to this posturing, where the Direct is very much like targeted Xbox for Xbox fans. And it feels just incredibly uncomfortable because there's no actual real gain from it other than basically appealing to the most obnoxious and loud people in your fan base.
I wouldn't link those two things though. Like, that's like the showcase is marketing to, like, I mean, the showcase is marketing, right? Like, it's going out the door and showing off whatever games they have to show. Like, I don't know that the tone is off on the showcase.
I do think the show because
So,
what would be the right tone? What would be the right tone for the showcase, though, right? That's what I don't get. What would be the correct tone for a showcase? I'm not saying this to defend Microsoft by any means. Like, I think anything they handled post showcase was a complete disaster and destroyed any goodwill from the showcase. I just don't know that there's a correct tone for a marketing event.
No, here. I mean, maybe the better thing to do would be right beforehand, where Sharma got in this weird conversation on Twitter with one of those plugged-in fans who was complaining about how Microsoft is now showing other console owners' logos, which Microsoft kind of has to do because, again, once they bought all those companies, they stopped being a console manufacturer and started being the world's largest third-party publisher. Like, it's disingenuous to suddenly act as though they're not completely different. Their position is fundamentally different in a way where it is dumb that
disingenuousness is present every time a third-party game is shown off at any of the individual platform holder showcases. It's not a unique disingenuousness.
It's not, but it's not. I was about to say that. It's not disingenuous, but it's incredibly weird when it's coming from from this company. It wants to basically be everything in one go. And I think that's kind of...
Can I ask a question? Sure. Mm-hmm. Is it, though?
I
mean, is it actually all that weird?
I do actually think it is. I think it really is, though.
I don't know that it is, because Sony's basically doing the same thing.
But they're
aren't
not,
they?
Though. I mean, they are publishing Helldivers 2 on Xbox. And they did experiment in publishing on PC, which they're mostly backing down from.
Yeah, and if they really wanted to do that and they really wanted to make that work, they would have, one, needed to make their own digital storefront, and two, bring back the Sony Vaio, which they're not going to do. But I understand all of your points, but just as somebody who does not give a shit about Xbox in any way, I guess I'm just failing to see where you're surprised.
It's not surprised. It's just more.
I guess. Yeah, well, no, that's what I mean. Why are you surprised, and why be frustrated about this? Like, this is. They've been doing this. They've done this 2 years ago. Since when have any of these companies looked back? When have any of these companies had anything resembling a long tail of memory? When have any of these companies learned from their mistakes? They haven't.
I mean, they haven't. But it's a scale.
And yeah, it's a scale, sure, but
we should expect them to learn from their mistakes.
Should we? At this point, should we? They're trying to dump Copilot on us, and they're basically trying to get Xbox to be something it's not, to make money for Copilot. Should we actually and I genuinely want you to think really long and hard about that question. Should we expect anything different from a company that, one, is doing that with Copilot and actively funding genocide? Like, should we expect better from this company at this point? Knowing full well that they're not going to, and that they don't care, and that who they're listening to.
Okay, are you talking about should in an ethical sense or should in a probabilistic sense?
Both.
Because I think the answers to those two questions are very different.
Okay, then it's 6:15. Do you want to move on to the next one so we have time to talk about the other stuff? Because we're just talking in circles about this at this point.
Yeah, let's move on to the PC Gaming Show, which is which is put on by PC Gamer every year. I think it's now the 11th year they put this on. And this year, again, hosted by Sean Day9 Plot. Sean Day9 Plot has, I guess, not had hair for the past 3 of these, and continues to not have hair. I think he looks pretty good with a shaved head. And I'm saying this with a big dog in the fight, also being a fellow baldy.
I was about to say.
Yeah, fellow shaved head. Shout out to Sean Day9 Plot. Joined by co-hosts Mika Burton, Jacob something or other, I forget his name, and Frankie Ward. Frankie Shaw, not Frankie Ward. I forget these people's names. They're always around.
I'm going to shock you right here. I think this was my favorite show, honestly. I think this stuff here was
Wasn't this your favorite show last year?
Yeah, but I know Merve hates it. So, but
I'm going to say this is the one. This is the first good showcase they've put on.
Okay.
They've
so
had
we're on the same
11
page
years to get it right, and they finally got it right.
But because it's a double. To me, it should be like a AA showcase, right? And they went kind of hard on like horror games or like weird like that Hack 95 game. Do you remember that one? Just like kind of weird, quirky games. And I think that's going to be their sweet spot, like going forward. I think if they can keep doing that, I think with a couple enough announcements, like weird stuff, like I think they announced Stronghold 4. So if they keep that up, I think this show all of a sudden starts to like have a point, I guess. But yeah, I thought this was a good show.
Yeah, like I thought they had a lot of a good mix.
Yeah.
Excuse me, of like more bigger budget stuff and like some really single A games, if you will.
Yeah.
So it did show off your like big budgets. Control Resonant. They showed off the gravity shifting feature of that. So I guess we're getting Gravity Rush in the year 2026. Beast of Reincarnation actually looked pretty good, and they showed off some really smaller games. Like Deconstruct Team is not a big studio, and they showed off Virtue and a Sledgehammer, which looks really neat.
I was going to say that one looked awesome.
Yeah. I love their previous couple of games. the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood and Mini Knights of Whisper. So I'm really excited for Virtual Miss Sledgehammer. And then from Jump Over the Age, the studio that made In Other Waters and Citizen Sleeper, they showed off Signet City, which has this really striking black and white art style.
That one looked super sick. I don't even really like Citizen Sleeper all that much, but this one I'm keeping an eye on.
The other two I wrote down was Revamp. It's a castle defense where you're Dracula. I thought that was pretty
Oh,
fun
is that
game.
what that is?
Yeah, I thought that was really cool.
I think I saw that actually like a year or two ago at a game jam.
Oh, hell yeah. Love to see a game jam succeed.
To be clear, I don't know if it's the same one. I saw something very similar, but it looked really cool, and I'm glad that either the people are making something more from it or that it inspired someone.
I have seen like a lot more games in these showcases. I didn't like super watch this one, but I've noticed in a couple different showcases that we're seeing a lot of games, indie games specifically, coming out of game jams, getting into these showcases, which is really fucking cool. Like that's really exciting to see
and
that.
The highlight for me was like just so many like weird horror games.
Yes.
Like every other like it would have like a normal game, and then it'd be like, okay, yeah, this is a game where you're fishing in an evil town or whatever.
Oh, like, about fishing. Fishing.
Yes.
So I played the demo. I played the demo for that. It is out. I highly, highly, highly recommend it. Like whatever you think it is that, and then it's a whole bunch of other shit. It's so fucking weird.
I want to try it. Yeah, that got my attention like right away as soon as that was a very cool trailer for that one. But yeah, I thought it was a good. I thought this was maybe the best show, and usually the PC Gamer show, I think, like it's good, but it's never been like that top tier. But I think highlighting like these like kind of like fall through the cracks, AA, maybe even single A games, is a really really smart spot for them to be in. But yeah, I like if I was an indie dev, I would probably try to get into this show rather than Day of the Devs. I don't know why. Well, at least if it's on PC.
I think for me, there was a game like kind of not an early access, but there's a demo on Steam called Locator that I had heard about last year, which is kind of basically it's like GeoGuessr but as a science fiction mystery. Apparently
Locator, the search for Abigail Ladari.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Yeah.
That
looked really cool.
Yeah, so I'm very happy that it's out. I don't play on PC, so I may not ever get a chance to play it, but I'm really happy for that. I've become increasingly enamored with puzzle games.
I don't think
congratulations.
There are cases where puzzle games really got the spotlight. I know some of the smaller cases, like I guess Wholesome Games, showed off a few. But otherwise, they don't really get much of a chance to shine at the bigger stages like Xbox or PlayStation or Nintendo.
Yeah, I agree. And
glad to see them here.
I loved that Nun game. That was Remothered. That's the other one I want to check out. But yeah, there was a lot of good ones.
I don't wait. Which hold on?
It's
is it the third one?
Remothered Red Nun's Legacy.
Yeah. Hold on. Remothered. What's it called? Remothered.
Red Nun's Legacy.
Oh no! They got a third one.
Is it bad?
Oh my god! It's so bad.
All right. Well, never mind.
You give away the first one, Tormented Fathers, for free, so you can check out how bad it is for yourself.
Okay.
No. It's okay. Just a word of warning. Especially the first one, it is wildly transphobic.
I wasn't expecting
that. It's very, very bad. And it's a shame because it does do some other interesting things, but it was transphobic, in a way where I was honestly genuinely shocked. It's just
we're talking Ace Ventura levels? Ace
Ventura tried to make it a punchline. To be clear, it doesn't do that, but it's the way it treats this character is just, it's frankly abhorrent. I think they were trying to go for shock and awe, and the most generous interpretation I can give them is that they really, really, really fumbled the execution, and that the intent was to be like not, I don't know, like that the intent was maybe to show something different, like that they weren't actively trying to be malicious, but the way that they fumbled it so badly that it's jarring. Like it's just know that going in. I can't speak for the second one. The second one refers to it, but it doesn't focus on it, and that's really the only like perk, but it is relevant to the plot. So unfortunately, they can't go through the second game without bringing it up. I don't know about the third one. I don't know how they're going to handle that. But it's bad. I'm genuinely surprised that they're making a third one. It's rough. Where did everyone go?
I was just muting myself. I'm trying to do that more.
I just thought the gnome looked cool. I don't know anything about the story.
Yeah, no, sorry. I mean, that's one of the things it has going for it is that it looks really cool. It looks like the design of it is really striking. The environments are very, very well done. The character models move a little funky. They kind of have that thing where like I don't know how to describe it or if there's a word for it, but their heads move around a lot. Like they're kind of shaky. It has that thing, so it looks a little, really it looks a little uncanny in that way. But like aesthetically, it's very good. It's just
All right. Are there any other like highlights, lowlights, or midlights of the BC Gaming Show that we want to shout out?
Congratulations to James El Paso Elsewhere 2 on his 15 months of sobriety. Looking forward to that.
Oh yeah, El Paso Elsewhere 2 from Strange Scaffold. The Max Payne like.
Yes.
I guess vampires?
Yeah.
Yes, vampires.
The
vampire
Max Payne.
Had it this was the pace. This was like the pace I want from this show. Because sometimes, you know what I mean? Like you get like that kind of like show us trailer, then we got to talk about the trailer, then we got to talk about the demo, whatever. This one just felt right. It just felt like it was just like that they finally nailed that pace right for this show. So yeah, that was a great show.
Taking the interviews out was a good idea.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, but I know some people like them, but I'm like, okay, whatever. Next game, come on.
I think
also, I thought
I would love to
Clad looked cool.
Oh,
I see that it's a low light. Say more about that, like, because I'm not exactly sure what it was you saw that made it look bad. Like it looks like mouthwashing did.
Okay. I didn't like mouthwashing very much, but we
No,
don't
I
have to
know.
get into why. I mean, we can get into why. I think if you're going to make a game about sexual assault, you should actually make a game about sexual assault and not be a coward about it.
I didn't think it was a coward about it, but we're going to agree to disagree. But what about this game specifically?
Doesn't look great. I don't want a co-op tank game from these guys. I just think the entire concept is misbegotten from the get-go.
Is it a co-op? I didn't really get that from the trailer.
It's a co-op tank combat game.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. Less interested. Maybe I'll watch a long play of it or something.
So I don't know what they're going for. They seem to be going for the same kind of creepy tone as their previous work. So like mouthwashing or How Fish is Made. But I just don't think that's appropriate for a tank combat game. Maybe they'll surprise me. Maybe they'll find a way to make it look good. Yeah.
Is it friend slop?
Probably not.
Not really. No.
You know what this studio does.
Yeah.
On the subject of interviews, though, I would really love to see Sean Plott like do long deep dive interviews with developers separately from this showcase, because I think he's actually a pretty good interviewer. It's just his interview style interspersed with trailers is a pacing killer. So I don't know if PC Gamer 100%. Can arrange that, I think, but that would be really cool if they could
But
have that as like a second.
I don't want to be like, I don't want to hear from the devs, obviously, but I kind of don't want to hear from the devs. I just want trailers. You know what I mean? If I want to look at it more, it's just the pacing fog sometimes when you're watching these because of that.
Also, a lot of these devs are afraid of a camera.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Just zero charisma.
All right, I think that brings us to the last showcase, which aired on June 9th, which was the Nintendo Direct. So they showed off a bunch of games here. Not the big thing that people wanted, which was a 3D Mario, although I don't know why anyone was expecting that. But they showed off, they revealed the release date for Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. They showed off more of Orbitals. They showed off more of the Dusk Bloods. They revealed that Switch 2 would be a launch platform for Kingdom Hearts 4.
And Lords of the Fallen too, but none of the people listening necessarily care about that.
Yeah, what is that?
I don't think anyone at this table cares about Lords of the Fallen.
Yeah,
I don't like the first one was adequate, but yeah, it's
okay.
It's the like prototypical like FromSoft ripoff.
Oh, okay.
I will say, speaking of FromSoft ripoffs, I think people were a lot more excited that Lies of P is coming to Switch 2, which is also announced here.
Lies of P is pretty good.
Yeah. And Stellar Blade and Metaphor ReFantazio are also coming to Switch 2. And they also announced, probably the biggest announcement was that the long rumored Ocarina of Time remake is happening.
I think a comment that I saw about that was literally just people watch. It was something like people are watching the trailer for the Ocarina of Time remake, like in the same way that they would see a Polygon article with the headline "Fans remade Ocarina of Time in Unreal Engine 5 and it looks incredible."
I think that, so I'm kind of two minds. Merve, you are not particularly excited about this. In general, I'm not particularly excited about this. I think I'm more... I'm kind of just at the point where I'm kind of like, I understand why this kind of thing would exist, because unfortunately, development time is taking longer, and it's entirely possible that like Zelda games will be on a 7 or even 8 year like production line, so we can get spin-offs like Echoes of Wisdom, but we'll also probably be getting remasters or remakes, and so like if they can do something interesting with it, which I think they definitely can, then I'm there for that. But my actual biggest negative point is more just that we don't know necessarily what that will even be, because despite the fact that this is coming out in less than 6 months, it's probably going to be, I mean, honestly, it's probably going to be in the same month as GTA 6.
It also just, I don't like how it looks.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like that.
We also, again, like, there's so little to me that, like...
There's not much to go on. It was barely more than Persona 6 teaser.
Yeah.
And I mean, that one didn't even have a DC Comics logo.
Also, given how soon that it's coming out, I have a sneaking suspicion they're not really going to add a whole lot to it. It's probably just going to be... I don't know what they could add to it, really.
I think what it honestly is more likeliness is that, like, they want to milk this as much as possible. So they get, like... So it's going to get, like, the crappy, not real game footage trailer, and then it's also going to get, like, the 3 trailers that you would get if you were, you know, a normal hype cycle.
Yeah. Like, here's the things we added, or whatever. I expect it to be kind of one for one in the same way that the Star Fox remake is, but it's clear to me now that the Star Fox remake is mostly just made to showcase their multiplayer, all the new multiplayer modes that they have, and I'm like, oh, this is a live service. Okay, that's what this is. That's what they're trying to do. Okay.
Yeah, probably also practice for making a new Star Fox game.
Yeah,
that's
I fucking hope so. I mean, goddamn.
I don't think that... Yeah, I'm pretty suspicious that this will be like a committed live service. It's being sold at a cheaper price than their norm. Which is technically true of like Helldivers, but I don't really see them wanting to commit to a Helldivers style
Maybe
production.
Maybe the price point is an apology for making this game again.
How many times have they remade the first Star Fox?
5.
This will be the 5th time. And yet, I still, once again, think this is more creatively valuable than remaking Rayman Legends.
I mean, yes, but also, like, can we get, like, I liked Star Fox Assault. Can we get a Star Fox Assault port? That'd be cool.
I do think that they are eyeing this as, like, kind of a testing ground for a sequel.
Yeah, but the Ocarina of Time, it's not so much that I think the game will be bad. It's just I don't think there's a point in remaking it. The original is available, playable, and probably pretty good.
Oh, it's great. It remains a incredibly strong game.
Yeah, I mean the 3DS version was great too. Like,
I will say though, on the subject of things that actually about this showcase that actually interested me, there was an announcement just for Merve, and that was a new Xenoblade game. Xenoblade Genesis.
It's not just for you.
I mean, I'm not getting Xenoblade Chronicles X2, and I'm not getting Xenosaga remasters or any not even the DS Xenosaga 1 and 2 ports. So sure, fuck it, I'll take it.
What I just heard was weeb 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 weeb. I'm sad.
Yeah, there was one for me too.
Sorry, that was mean. I'm sorry.
That was really mean.
Boo. I mean, whatever. I'll be an elf girl and go to elf school with my elf sword. Whatever. Fine. Like, okay, it's something. Take it as a win. I liked the Xenoblade Chronicles X remaster enough that I'm even considering playing this. So
that's fair.
So there was one for me too, because I don't know how much I remembered or loved Ravenous Devils, but now they have a cozy restaurant simulator where you feed monsters. I thought that was kind of a cool twist.
Instead of killing and eating them like all these other cooking games that I've been seeing, like everyone is trying to get on the delicious and dungeon train.
Yeah, now you feed the monsters. I like that idea. So it looks pretty cool.
Actually, Kappa, I was thinking, like, this is not necessarily one of my highlights, but I really did find it very charming that there is a One Piece restaurant management game, and B, that the One Piece restaurant management game actually looks good to me, a person who has pretty much never cared about One Piece. Like we are in an era of, like, a kind of pseudo-ironic, like, game, like cozy games. Like, there are so many kind of annoyingly ironic dating games, but, like, this actually seems like good. like it was made to be a game.
What's the name of that one again? Hold on.
One Piece Grand Gourmet.
One Piece Grand Gourmet, because the company that's making this game, I'm so excited for them to get a win. Kairosoft, baby, let's go.
I love Kairosoft.
Kairosoft.
Half the mobile apps on my phone or games are Kairosoft.
They
many stories from them.
They don't miss. They don't miss. They're at an excellent price point. This one is, like, actually higher than their price point, probably because it has One Piece slapped all over it. But, like, they genuinely make good games. And also, I remember when Unity announced, that fucking shit they were trying to pull with all the developers. Kairosoft ran a Steam sale that just said all of our games are made in Unity. Sad face.
Yeah, and then this is like $5 for everything they ever made on PC.
Yeah,
They've got some real fun stuff though on mobile. I haven't checked out their PC stuff, but I'm hopeful.
It's the same shit. It's the same games.
So many hours in Dungeon Village and Dungeon Village 2.
Oh, Dungeon Village is so good, and they all have, like, a nice sense of humor. Like, they're the pixel art is great. Like,
you're always like, wait, do I want the clown or the guy with the little Lego head?
Yeah, like, it's basically the same game every time. Like, they use the same mechanics, but, like, they deliver consistently. So you know what? Hey, great job, Kairosoft. Happy for him.
I have the feeling it's probably like 2 people for some reason, but yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
I had a few highlights. When I actually watched the direct while I was writing it up, I actually did shout, "This is a game changer!" when I saw that you can go underwater in Pokopia now.
I was wondering about that, because, like, there's all that shit on the ground underwater, and I'm like, are we ever going to be able to get to that? And it turns out, yes, we will.
Actually, that isn't my highlight. Although, like I said, there's a lot of stuff I really liked here. It's really more the pace. Again, this is me being me, having like powered through basically about a dozen hour or 2 hour long shows, endlessly writing down and spending just like almost every waking moment taking care of it. That's an exaggeration, but it was really rough. Like, this was just a show that moved really fast, had a bunch of very quick announcements, and with one exception that is one of Merve's lowlights, but I agree is objectively bad, but I really enjoyed. Like,
Yeah,
there was
I will agree with you on that.
Yeah, there was no like it was there was not really like an ounce of fat. There was no, and I mean, like, we started this with fucking SGF with like Snoop Dogg and stupid celebrity cameos and Muppets.
Yeah, and meanwhile it's just Koizumi going like, here are some new games. We hope you enjoy them. And then he does the hand motion, and then it's like boom, 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 boom. Hell yeah.
So
it was really
let's actually speak about that weird interruption to the pacing. So they announced a new Nintendo sports game, Nintendo Switch Sports Resort, I believe it's called.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it has a bunch of different sports mini games, including I think basketball's in there, volleyball's in there, I want to say.
Yes, I think.
And interestingly, one of the world's foremost sports, thumb wrestling. So what Nintendo
3 minutes later.
would be a great idea to treat us to was 2 minutes of Yoshiaki Koizumi losing thumb wrestling to a computer.
Hey, at least it was only 2 minutes.
It's one of the funniest, like, it was so cringeworthy, but I'm just excited for all the terrible memes that are going to come out of this.
Yeah.
Because it was eminently memeable.
Yeah, that's like one thing, like, the other showcases didn't have that. So, like, yeah. Okay,
I mean,
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say on one hand, it's like, yeah, kind of a throwback to the old live the Nintendo E3 showcases with, Miyamoto being terribly bad at
Wii
Music, or Reggie being like flagged as like super out of shape in Wii Fit,
even though his body was ready, supposedly, allegedly.
Well, his body was ready to be tested.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair.
Fair enough. But it also kind of reminded me of all those times, like in PlayStation Directs specifically, really lag when they have really long actual play sequences. And I think we kind of hinted at this earlier when you kind of talked about their pacing problems and how because they don't do the the treehouse equivalent at the end like say Nintendo do. But yeah, it's that those times of like actual play, actual footage. Yeah, they fall flat.
Sometimes
because
they're thrilling.
Because they really slow things down because you just want to get from you want to get from announcement to announcement.
Yeah, like sometimes it does work when you're showing off like an interesting part of the game or a thrilling set piece. And then sometimes you get what happened with Call of Duty DMZ at the Xbox showcase. And then sometimes you get, I don't know if you guys will remember this, but I think it was about a decade ago at E3, where they were advertising their new peripheral, the Wonder Book. And they couldn't get the demo to work. And it was one of the most painful sequences that has ever been featured in an E3 showcase.
I do not remember this at all. And
Me
that's
neither.
probably for the best.
Yeah.
That sounds nightmarish.
I believe only 4 titles ever came out for the Wonder Book. One of them was a Harry Potter tie-in, and I don't think it ever survived beyond its initial like 3 or 4 titles. So yeah, there's a reason you don't hear about the Wonder Book anymore.
This is not at all related, but do you remember when Elon Musk broke the window on the Cybertruck? I don't know why I thought of that.
Yeah,
it was hilarious. That's got it. I was like, what was the worst thing I've ever seen? It was probably that.
Yeah, somehow that man is now a trillionaire. We live in a stupid world.
Yeah,
that we do.
Yeah, dirt bikes,
Vampire the Masquerade.
Life is grand.
Vampire the Masquerade looked cool. I've been playing V Rising recently, and I was thinking, man, you know what? A Vampire the Masquerade CRPG would be really, really good and low.
That was at the PC Gaming Show, right?
Yeah. But Vampire Masquerade is in a weird spot right now where it kind of feels like they're like warhammering it a little bit, and anybody who wants to make they're like, go ahead, go for it. Good luck.
They're trying to get people to remember that it was good at one point. Like, I don't know who's handling that. I don't know who's handling that shit at White Wolf, but I feel like White Wolf, like, if some person at White Wolf somehow manages to come across this podcast, call the developers of V Rising, get them to make you a game, or get a tie-in, get something from them, because they know what they're doing.
Yeah, I like V Rising a lot. I don't necessarily love the way they monetize, but it is a very fun game.
There's only like you only buy cosmetics, and
yeah, the cosmetics for the house, but like the house gets, like, if you don't buy cosmetics, the house is really boring, I think, and that's
but who cares? Like, nobody. It's not like anybody else is looking at the house,
because you have to buy the whatchamacallit for it. The, like, all your little, like, altars and stuff are in it.
Yeah, I don't really care about that. We don't play online PvP, which it's literally just me and Sal playing that game, and maybe one of my other friends.
The last thing I do want to mention about the Nintendo Switch Sports things is, and I think this is kind of what makes this work for me, is that he lost.
Yeah.
He lost in his own selling point. It's awesome.
I mean, I don't know. That's kind of endearing, I think.
No, that's what I mean. That's what I find it really charming. Like, it's not that, it's very much not like showing you how cool this game is.
It's showing you how corny Yoshaki Koizumi is.
Good.
The director of Super Mario Galaxy.
Here's your uncool dad who's bad at video games.
And I mean, and that's great. I like that. I actually do like that a lot.
I'm kind of a nerd to it, I think, because of, like, every time you get a mobile game ad, it's like, where do I tap? This game is so hard. It's like, no, click right there. And then, like, it kind of like wants you to click it because you think you're smarter than it, and then the game you play isn't anything like it. But
wait,
not
that's what that
Kairosoft
is?
games. There's so
I thought
many
all
of
that was like crypto porn.
No.
So I just was like, oh, this is some kind
those
of
aren't
weird
necessarily different things.
Yeah, they want you to, like, think like, oh, I'm smarter than this game, and then you go buy it, and it's
Kingdom Hearts 4.
Yeah, that's probably the last thing we should talk about is Kingdom Hearts 4 is going to be launching on Switch 2 alongside other platforms. I don't think it had even been announced for Nintendo platforms up until now.
No.
So that's
this is its first footage.
That's a pretty big get.
Got announced.
Yeah. I hate Sora's redesign. I hate it. Like, ugh.
The shoes aren't big enough.
Well, one, the shoes aren't big enough, and two, he doesn't, like, if they hadn't, like, prefaced it by saying, here's a look at the new Kingdom Hearts, and they didn't have that screen with Donald and Goofy in it, I would have just thought, I'm like, what is this? Is this World Ends With You again? Like, what is it just looked so nondescript and gray. Like, I know that the world that they're in was one that was shown in, like, the Melodies of Memory or whatever the fuck game with Kyrie is or whatever. Like, I know it's a place.
Quadratus? It's shown off in the toy box level of Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah. Like, I know it's a place, but it just looks so drab. Like, I don't know. I don't know why you would use this as the game to showcase Kingdom Hearts 4.
Show me some Disney shit. That's what
I do suspect it will be. This will be like the first level or a hub, but then otherwise you will go to your, like, I think by this point it's just going to be like incredibly boring choices. It's all going to be like Star Wars, and you're going to have AI generated.
No, it will not be Star Wars, because Nomura asked Disney if he could use Star Wars, and they told him no. They told him no on Star Wars, and they told him no on Marvel as well. Anytime they acquire... Yeah, I know, because that would have just been too much. It would have gotten too unwieldy. But I think I've noticed, like, it seems that they're going to be focusing more on the stuff that is native to Kingdom Hearts rather than Disney. And I think part of that is because Disney has seemingly, they've been telling Nomura no a lot more as far as what stuff can be included, but also
they wouldn't let him use Oswald.
Yeah. And I remember, like, I was looking through, like, the past kind of 10 years, like, since Kingdom Hearts 3, like, what all Disney has made, and they haven't really made a whole lot of super successful stuff, like, at least that would be conducive to a Kingdom Hearts level. Like, a lot of what they've been doing has been those fucking live-action remakes that nobody wants.
That is true.
Like,
Yes.
Zootopia would probably be great. Like, I don't know what you do, but Zootopia would really be conducive to Kingdom Hearts. Moana would be conducive to Kingdom Hearts. But there's not really much else that is. They would have to go, like, really far back. Like, Nomura, if you're listening, I would like a Goofy movie level. I would like Goofy has a son. I would like to see the son. Give me Max. He's cool.
Yeah.
Like,
Do you want, I mean, I don't know.
I want to see Max wearing a bunch of fucking shirts with like zippers and shit on it. Come on.
Do you think that this version of Goofy has the like narrative bandwidth to not only be a father but a widower?
I get me and South have a running joke that because of the mission that Donald and Goofy are on, that Mickey has like somehow made it so that Goofy forgot he had a son, and we're waiting for Max to get introduced, where Goofy is just looking at him and suddenly realizes what has been done to him, and he's just, why couldn't I remember my son? Gorsh, what have you done? And Mickey's just like, I'm sorry, Goofy. You had to focus on the mission. I need you focused. Or whatever the fuck.
I don't think I can trust King Mickey anymore.
Like that shit would be so fucking funny.
Oh, Donald.
And then it turns out there was actually like foreshadowing back in Chain of Memories for the GBA.
Like shit, like have Max reappear and have him be a part of like Organization 13. Like he shows up as one of the hooded figures or some shit. Yeah. Like there's so much there.
Wait, if he's Max, does that mean that would be his nobody's name, right? So his somebody's name would be like Am?
Am.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
No.
Oh my god. Merve, you're a genius. You're a genius.
No, except alternatively, his name is Max and his nobody name is Sam.
His nobody's name is Amps with AMX or some shit.
Oh god, or it's Max with 2 X's and we somehow bring Sam Keith into this whole thing.
Oh god.
Or it's really TJ Maxx and we're just got some good old discount American clothing.
Oh man, I love it. Hey, I love TJ Maxx. TJ Maxx remains undefeated. That's where I get all my shit now because it's so cheap and it's like right around the corner from me.
There you go. So yeah, that was what was shown off at the Nintendo Direct.
Yeah, and then they fucked it up with showing the promo art that was AI generated.
Oh yeah, let's talk about that in the last 5 minutes. Then we need to
we do have to talk too. I do want to mention though. I mean, finally some sign of life from the Final Fantasy series.
Final Fantasy Resonance.
Yes, I mean,
isn't that a port of a mobile game?
Yes, I will tell you why I am optimistic about this thing. It's because Octopath Zero was good. Octopath Zero was also a remake of a gacha mobile game,
right?
And so I have some optimism for that. Sadly, I doubt we're going to see Katy Perry and Ariana Grande and who else was in there? Like Laura Croft was in there. Like the cast of basically every Square Enix character in history got some. It was some gacha character at some point in Final Fantasy Brave Exvius.
I think there was a fake Columbo because like one of the fun things. Because one of the fun things about having a Columbo avatar is that people like you're like online friends with will always send you stuff that shows Columbo. So like
new Columbo content here.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like so if someone sees like a fan comic of what if Columbo is investigating Frasier and Niles, someone will send it to me. And I'm pretty sure that there is a Final Fantasy mobile
character who is like basically fake Columbo.
Hold on, I have to show you the video. Columbo goes through your DVD collection.
Nice.
All right.
But yeah.
Put that in the link.
But yes.
But
no, that's why I'm not ready to dismiss Final Fantasy Resonance yet.
Is it the same? It's not the same team that worked on Octopath, though, right? But same publisher.
Yeah, I know. I think at this point they've got more than one HD2D team at
okay.
Square Enix. But yeah.
Oh, Gianni Matragrano.
Yeah.
Got it.
I found it.
And the Final Fantasy
Colundo.
Okay. So in the last couple of minutes, we did want to talk about the AI-generated art scandal for Kingdom Hearts 4. So Quinley, you brought that up, and then we'll round this out.
Yeah. So Square Enix, after the showcase, apparently posted some promo art to their socials, and people noticed that Donald, who historically has had 4 fingers on each hand, had 4 fingers on one hand and 5 fingers on the other hand. And then a bunch of people, like, there was a backlash. A bunch of people are like, this was used, using Gen AI content. And then whoever was running the Square Enix accounts, like, they're like, no. It was made using, this was using a composite. Nomura drew all the parts of this image separately here, and then we used the Gen AI to put them all together. Here are the sketches, the preliminary sketches that he used. And apparently the sketches did not, like, the parts of the sketches did not in any way resemble, like, what the promo image was. They kept trying to, like, prove that no, we're using AI ethically as a tool, and they just basically kept digging over and over and over again. And, like, a bunch of people obviously were mad, but there was also another contingent that was mad, but was of fans that were mad, but they were also like, why are you surprised? Because late last year, Square Enix basically announced that they were going to be a Gen AI forward company. Like, they made this announcement, and, like, to their credit, they made the announcement, like, they disclosed it. They were like, yes, we're going to be a Gen AI forward company. We're going to be using Gen AI tools in our game development. Like, they were forthcoming with this information, and they got the backlash back then too, but, people online, memories are short, so this came up again, and basically people they just ended up disappointed all over again. And, like, there was a interesting, like, conversation about how Gen AI is treated in how Gen AI is treated in Japan, like in the Japanese gaming industry, as opposed to, or just in general, as opposed to the West, where Gen AI is seen as a tool of automation, and companies seem a lot more amenable to it and don't really. I get the sense from the companies that have been forthcoming about the information, I get the sense that they don't quite understand, like, why people are so upset about it. There have been individual creators in Japan that have spoken out about it. Famously, Hayao Miyazaki is like, this is a threat to art. Basically, this is a threat to just the act of creation, and we shouldn't be using it. And while it is interesting to me that while he is somebody in the creative industry that has a lot of goodwill, a lot of standing, and has, words that carry a lot of weight, it doesn't really seem to have slowed the use, like the deployment of these tools certainly not in video gaming. I can't speak for anime or manga creators. I know there are a lot of manga creators that are vehemently against this. I don't know how it is in anime as much, but, like, Level 5 is another studio where the president has been very, very enthusiastic about AI and using AI in all of their games. They had a game that recently came out, the Inazuma, the soccer game.
11?
Yeah, Inazuma, they used it there. They have a blog post on their website going over, like, again, the main difference is that they're being very, very forthcoming about how they're using these tools. They show exactly like what prompts they're using, how they're using it, what the art looked like before, what it looks like after. They show like the other results of the prompts that they use for this, and it's just them being forthcoming about it doesn't dampen like just how frustrating it is. And like one thing that I think it was the guy for the CEO of Level 5 said in an interview that I thought, or maybe it was when Final Fantasy announced, or when Square Enix announced it last year, they said that people in the industry, like all the big companies, are already using these tools. And at the time, back then at least, I think there was still some semblance of plausible deniability. But as you know, these multiple showcases have borne out, especially like with Sega and Crazy Taxi, it does appear to be the case that all of these companies are using AI. Like, people are already using it, and I have to wonder, like, what does this mean going forward? I think for for consumers specifically, because like right now it's like the games that have used AI are not games that have really been big like in the West. They've been kind of niche titles, but Kingdom Hearts is a huge one. Kingdom Hearts is one that, like, you know, people want that game. They really want that game. They're very enamored with it. They're very invested in the franchise. And honestly, like, these, you know, the resistance towards AI, it's only as good, you know, it only really lasts as long as it, you know, applies to games that nobody really cares about or wants. And I feel like Kingdom Hearts and like a lot of these other, Crazy Taxi less so, but a lot of these games that are going to be coming out are games that people don't want to miss. And I'm just wondering how that's going to play out. Like, because as soon as you compromise on one thing, like as soon as you compromise on, not necessarily, I don't want to imply that it's a slippery slope for everybody, but I feel like we're going to be getting to a point where people are going to be worn down about having to yell about this all the time and are just going to kind of throw up their hands and accept it.
At the very least, this is significantly more like these definitely like the highest profile, I think, example of this that wasn't retracted, because like Tomb Raider is, you know, hopefully it's good, it seems fine, but like it is not, I would say that the Tomb Raider franchise is not necessarily at a place where it's quite as big, and Crazy Taxi is I'm using these because they're the examples we already talked about, but like Kingdom Hearts 4, Kingdom Hearts 3 was huge, and Kingdom Hearts 4 is big enough that like I skimmed multiple articles before Nintendo's show that had like the biggest absences from Summer Game Fest, and Kingdom Hearts was on there. It's a big deal. It is a very huge JRPG franchise that also happens to be a compendium of Disney.
And Disney has already kind of given the go-ahead on that too, and I think I don't think Disney's audience is necessarily as vehemently against AI, just because of the specific demographics that normally engage with Disney content. Like it's going to be children largely, and then their parents, and like, you know, Disney adults, I guess, or whatever. But Kingdom Hearts, I think, has a big enough reach and a big enough platform and is highly anticipated enough that I feel that a lot of fans are going to really find themselves at a crossroads. And I'm just interested to see how that plays out. And I mean, again, it also does, you know, if it were something other than like obviously AI generated promo art, like if somebody had like, you know, if a demo for the game had come out and somebody is like, they used AI to generate these textures like for a building or for a rock or something, I think people would be they would be a lot quicker to kind of be like, okay, well, it's not like they used it to generate promo art, but that's literally what they did. They used it to generate promo art that they posted to social media and then tried to justify and then just kept digging a deeper and deeper hole. Like, they doubled down on it.
I also think that to kind of respond to something you mentioned, that like I think that we're in a community that is very like vehemently opposed to AI and very skeptical of AI.
Right.
And I can also say though, like that's not inherently like the actual perspective of people. I do think that
it's largely an online thing.
Yeah, and I would also say that there is, because I was actually I was reading recently about how the people who use AI the most are younger, but they're also likely to be the people who distrust AI the most and feel like they have to use it because they feel as though the system basically only really allows them to exploit it.
Right.
And I think that, I think that as time goes on and as people see the actual like damage of stuff like data centers, then maybe we'll see more of a change. But yeah, I think that they don't really have a lot to lose by doing it so kind of flagrantly and disingenuously, and that sucks. But yeah.
Yeah, it's just, I think, I'm just wondering if, like, we're reaching a point where, like, people are going to start making exceptions for certain uses of AI.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It's like, well,
we were already there, right?
Yeah.
We've already excused the alters. We've already excused Expedition 33.
Well, Expedition 33, I think, at least that specific instance, I think it was a matter of an article that was originally, I think, written in French, and the article that was quoted only quoted some of the article. It didn't include the full quote, which was that, at least according to the developer, that they used it pretty early in development and they decided that they did not like it. They didn't like the output, and then they stopped using it, and no AI stuff maybe actually made it into the game, or if I'm hearing that correctly.
Did, and then it got patched out.
Okay.
And like, we've already excused the alters, which had the Gen AI like translation scandal.
Yeah, Larian already dealt with the backlash, and they've basically just said, okay, just so there can be no doubt at all, we're not going to use AI in development at all going forward. And it's like, yeah, you say that, but you were pretty gung-ho about it for a while. Like, we really had to yell at you.
Already had that scandal. Like, we're already there. And every time there's a clear like Gen AI fuck up, it does cause a reputational hit. Like, it sounds silly to say, but Donald Duck having 5 fingers in key art causes a reputational hit. And
yeah, that's like borderline brand damaging in a way, like fuck up for Disney.
I'm sure there are probably folks on the phone from Disney calling Square Enix being like, yo, 5-finger Donald, what up? You can't do that.
It also has the thing of like, it's mostly Disney, but it also has the reputation of Kingdom Hearts, a franchise that is, if nothing else, pretty singular and altruist.
Right.
Yeah, it's
like it's part of the thing about the trailer that like made me just kind of confused, because like it didn't look, like I said, if they hadn't prefaced it by saying this is a Kingdom Hearts game, and if Donald and Goofy weren't there, I would not have thought it was a Kingdom Hearts game, because it did not, like, Kingdom Hearts, just because of the premise, has such a singular aesthetic that always comes through when you see the gameplay in the trailers, and this one just did not have that, really. Like, yeah, I saw Sora and I saw that he had a key, but like something about it just seemed off. Like, it just seemed drab and gray and boring looking.
Yeah. It's weird because again, this is kind of where Kingdom Hearts 3 ends on this cliffhanger, and part of me assumes like this has to just be kind of one part and they're holding back the craziness, but it's like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's it's not like they don't have craziness though, because they have Luxord back. Who doesn't love Luxord?
I never figured out what Luxord's everybody's name was.
Everybody's favorite service top. Which one?
Luxord. We don't.
They all have them announced. I just never bothered to learn.
I don't think we all have them announced. Like, we don't know Demix's real name.
Have they brought Demix back in any capacity at all?
I mean, I thought they were all
Demix
in
the punching bag.
Are they?
Right?
Yeah, no. He's
so we know most of the somebodies. We don't know.
Yeah.
I believe we don't know Luxord and we don't know Demix.
Yeah, but also like it's Demix. Who gives a shit?
The
fucking sitar.
It doesn't. Yeah. No matter what, you can try to make Kingdom Hearts as drab and as realistic as possible, but you're never not going to stop it from having characters with names like Luxord and who talk it basically like everyone in Kingdom Hearts sounds exactly the same. They just kind of talk at you like a lot of the way characters in shonen anime talk.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the thing that strikes me about it is that, like, aside from Donald and Goofy, who are literally there for like a split second, like all the previous Kingdom Hearts trailers showcased the Disney aspect of it. Like, they really leaned heavily on the Disney part.
Yes.
If not with characters, then with the world that they showcased, the aesthetic. They showcased some like the Kingdom Hearts 3 trailer showcased I forget what Disneyland ride it was, but they incorporated that into the trailer so you knew it was a Disney thing. And like this trailer, aside from Donald and Goofy, this trailer didn't have that. And it just, I don't know, there's something, I'm feeling a sense of unease. Like there's this isn't going to be the last like Gen AI thing we hear about I think this game. Like it just doesn't bode well.
I think that when we talking about anything from Square, and honestly anything from Disney, we basically have to make that kind of assumption for going forward.
Right. I mean, what about Sega? Like Sega's using it for Crazy Taxi. How do we know they're not going to be using it? How do we know they're not already using it for Crossworlds? How do we know they're not going to be using it for like the next Sonic game? Like,
I mean, I think generally speaking, we have to assume that most companies are trying to engage with it in some capacity, unless they're actively saying they're not.
And I guess my question is like, you know, I don't know, like we can, I guess, like there are some, like we obviously are like, yeah, no, if it has AI in it, I'm not playing it, take a principled stamp. But I mean, like talking about audiences at large, audiences like casual, you know, and not like, you know, in a negative way, just like as a demographic of players, like that's the vast majority of their players are, you know, just casual players who are like, oh, hey, Kingdom Hearts, I love that game. Yeah, I'll check that game out again, like who aren't plugged into all of this, who aren't really paying attention, like, and who, you know, don't really seem to care all that much. Like, I just get the sense that if they are able to get away with, because like they know this there's always going to be a contingent that's going to be yelling at them about this, but they don't necessarily, if that contingent is small enough, they don't necessarily have to make them happy. They just have to get enough people in the door to buy the game and then have them play it once and then uninstall and forget about it. Like they just need that first purchase, right?
I'm not sure that sort of like Gen AI becoming something that's deeply opposed by everyone all across the political spectrum. I don't know that there's a way to that there's any kind of way to prevent this.
Yeah.
Like you can have all the Steam disclosures in the world, which is like I know there's been some criticism of Steam disclosures that they're not really effective, but my counter to that is, do you expect Valve to like go to each individual studio and like investigate whether Gen AI is actually used?
Yeah, or like
So
before they post it to the store, like have somebody go through all of the files and all of that.
Yeah,
like it's like it's not. I understand the criticism. It's just not a criticism of like a realistic solution. So like Steam can put up that shield and just say, if you're using Gen AI in the game, you have to tell us. But it's also really, really easy to lie. And the only way that they can like beef up that defense is to say, hey, if we catch you lying, you're fucked. You're off our platform.
Yeah, like your game is delisted or whatever.
You can delist like an indie game. You know, you're able to get away with delisting a AA game. Like if
you're gonna delist Kingdom Hearts,
or you're gonna delist Kingdom Hearts 4.
Are you gonna delist Final Fantasy VII Revelations? Because I guarantee you that's probably got AI shit in it. Hell, the previous 2 games probably have AI shit in it too.
Hey, with Steam's luck, maybe there'll be Epic exclusives.
God.
And we all know how Tim Sweeney feels about Gen AI. He loves that shit.
Yeah.
No, but like in all seriousness, Valve can take principal stands, but those stands evaporate pretty quickly once the big money gets talking.
Yeah, I don't know, and like there's the big money aspect, like because Steam loses out on that money too because they take, what's the percentage they take, like 20%, 30%? Yeah, that's 30%. So they're missing out on that money too, but also like I guess it's just like really disappointing how strong FOMO is among like the average person. Like they just like I have to play this game. Like I take like some solace in the fact that Gust can that most Gust titles barely make enough money to keep their lights on, so they can't like afford to use these tools, which is why they keep churning out Atelier games. But like there's also the argument that like if these smaller studios do start using Gen AI, like how much is it going to be? It's like, well, we either don't use Gen AI, and we crunch and crunch and crunch with our small studio to keep these people on board to get these games out the door to make money, or we start using Gen AI just to keep up.
I think what you're probably... I feel like what you're... I think what we're probably going to see is instead kind of the reverse, where instead of people uncomfortably being whether or not they use AI, some studios will use it and some won't, but instead you'll also have studios that are kind of that have not using AI as kind of a point of pride. I imagine a lot of indies are going to basically be doing that.
Tenebrae Somnia did that in their trailer. They're like, and no AI, like very emphatically. So
speaking of indies that probably don't use AI, Deltarune.
Oh yeah.
That got a trailer and an announcement date, and it's in like a week.
For Chapter 5.
Yeah.
June 24th, I believe.
Yes, the date? I believe so.
Yeah. What I was gonna say about Gen AI is that I think there's sometimes a presumption that these tools actually do cut down on development time and resources.
Oh, they don't. I know they don't.
They might in some cases, but in a lot of cases they don't. Like, sure, Claude Code can code something up for you fast, but can it code something that fits into your existing code base with all its conventions and all its variable and function names? Not really. That's not really what it's intended to do.
Yeah.
It might give you a code snippet that helps you do something you didn't know how to do. Yeah. But is it plugging into your code base in a way that helps you write production-ready code?
Yeah.
And then art assets, you have to go clean them up. Yeah. And would it have taken you less time to just make the asset from scratch?
Yeah, and I think that's why most of these studios, at least from what I can tell, are mostly using it for art specifically. They're using it for art. They're using it for textures. They're using it for anything, any like tweening and like an animation. They're using it for stuff that is necessary and needs to be done, but is very tedious and time consuming to do otherwise. Or they're using it for, because they don't want to pay like concept artists and shit, and they're using it for that.
Yeah, that's mostly it. That, hey, paying capital is a lot better than paying labor, because capital doesn't complain when they don't get lunch breaks.
Yeah, it's a tool. I've never actually used this, but I realized this is something the next time a student in the library comes in asking for help and asks about AI, what I'm going to tell them is that AI may or may not be good for you. It will be bad for the environment, but it will be good for your boss.
Yeah, I actually have a friend she's a professor, and she has a part of her syllabus is like part of one of their papers for her students. She has them use an AI tool. I think she has them use ChatGPT to draw up a list of sources for their topic, but then she has them go hunt down those sources, and she does this to show them just how inaccurate ChatGPT is about looking for sources. Like, she has them, is this source actually relevant to the topic at hand? Does this source even exist, or is this something that the AI just hallucinated? And what she has found in doing this is that a lot of students, or at least her students, in doing this exercise, get a very clear picture of how this tool works, so in a manner of speaking, but more crucially, just how often it just doesn't fucking work. And like that has been, she says that's been really illuminating for a lot of her students. So who knows?
What I've seen in that realm, and this is a product of the corpus on which ChatGPT was trained, is that it wasn't terrible at picking out like relevant literature in like academic literature in the English language. But when you asked for French sources and French like texts, it just flat out made shit up. What it was doing is it would create like a reasonable sounding textbook name and then pair it with like a professor of a completely different field and just invent a textbook that didn't exist. And like, I think a lot of our perception of the accuracy or inaccuracy of ChatGPT and its ilk comes from its use in the English language. But that's because the English language corpus is massive. Now, look at what it's going to spit out at you in French or Portuguese or Italian. And
really any other language except English.
More inaccurate in its ability to like give you a list of references for something.
Right.
On that really sad note, I think we're going to call this episode to a close. Unfortunately, Dave and Kappa had to drop out a little early to go take care of other things. But if you'd like to keep up to date with the podcast, you can follow us on our website at avocadogamescast.wordpress.com. On that website, we post each episode along with a link dump that fact checks all of our blathering. You can also subscribe to us on Apple Podcasts, YouTube Music, or Spotify. Just search for Avocado Gamescast. We have fixed the YouTube Music audio issue. All of our episodes should be up now without problems on YouTube Music. Unfortunately, we now have a Spotify audio issue. Spotify has issued copyright strikes against our use of royalty-free music in a couple of episodes.
What?
This is not something that I am going to spend my time fighting. So two of our Halloween episodes are actually not available on Spotify. So just go listen to them through Apple Podcasts or YouTube Music, which are apparently a little bit better at handling frivolous copyright claims for royalty-free music.
You can also use Pocket Casts. Pocket Casts is a great app. I use it for all my podcasts, including this one. Have never had an issue with it, so you can use that as well.
Yeah, go ahead and look at Pocket Casts. All you have to do to find our podcast is just search for Avocado Gamescast on any of those platforms. We're the only podcast named Avocado Gamescast. And finally, make sure you check out The Avocado, the community that spawned this podcast at the-avocado.org. All right, that'll do it for us. Thank you to Quinley and Wolfman for sticking to the end. Thank you for Kappa and Dave and Dave the Tentacle for joining us. We will see you listeners next time. Take care.
Bye. Get a lozenge, Merve.
Bye.
This is I am very podcasted out. Thanks for having me.